Hello, everybody. Welcome. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension. So good to be here with you all for this amazing event. I'm just so excited. I've been anticipating this event for quite some time. It's actually been in the back of my consciousness for at least 2 years, doing something that was exclusively catered around the topic of this healing divide and bringing forward unity consciousness in this world. But I think there might be a little background noise. Michelle, is there a little noise behind me, or are we good?
I heard a little bit of noise, okay. But I'm going to turn mine off.
Yeah, I might move in a second. But today is going to be a day where we're going to not only just every now and then speak about, what has occurred and the division that has occurred, but we're really going to be focusing on solutions and going deep into how do we cultivate unity consciousness, right? How do we communicate with those that we have differences with ideologically? Right? There's definitely something to be said with those that maybe are hurting themselves and hurting you, and maybe you don't need to be around that energy anymore. But there's something else in regards to belief systems that we've adopted from those that claim to control us, that have made us separate from those that we really love and we want to connect with even more. And this is all about the energy of inclusion is much more of a solid harmonic vibration than of exclusion. Those that claim to have control over us, they know about the law of attraction. They know about sacred geometry, right? And even that is a loose word I'm using they, because ultimately that is just the reflection that we signed up for, that experience, that contrast, right? So the energy of inclusion that we have with this awareness is what is going to take us to the next level. So dividing within this community, I've noticed over the last few years, a lot of division within UFO community, extraterrestrials, a lot of division politically with spiritual individuals, a lot of division within the progressive movement, within the consciousness movement, just so fragmented. So what we really need to do is really realize that we have more in common with each other than we have that are different. And also, how can we have conversations with those people without coming from a place of emotional reaction that we just don't want to even listen to people that we care about or love, or even individuals we meet on the street? So today we've got a really amazing group of people here that I really did vet out quite substantially. A lot of these people worked with for quite some time. And I feel this is the group of individuals that are really dedicated. The underlying message of everything they do to unity consciousness. Okay. So you're going to have a moment to meet all of them here, but I just want to first of all bring on my co-host and my amazingly great friend, Michelle Anderson, and introduce her to all of you. You've probably seen her before, but Michelle, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for doing this, Neil. When I heard about this, my heart lit up, and especially with the people that you have handpicked to be on this panel. Thank you so much for your pure heart and your beautiful intentions. And let's hold that for the rest of the world right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, I've said this multiple times at the events you MC with me, but and people say, and I say too, and Alan says, you're the heart of Portal to Ascension, but you really come with that energy of inclusion. You, not to go too deep into the division moment in this aspect, but you really do walk between both worlds. And you communicate with everybody from a heart space that have maybe differences in opinions, and they still appreciate you as the medium, right? So when I thought of this event, you were the first individual that came up, because every time we have any conversations, UFOs, extraterrestrials, everything, your bottom line is always unity. So I felt that it had to be an event that we emceed together.
Oh, thank you so much, Neil. I appreciate that. And the world is giving us opportunities to really do this, to lift us all up in that space. There's so much that we're witnessing where people just have differences of opinions, and I want to be transparent and tell you that just the other day, my daughter was assaulted in Oakland. She was tased on the street and her phone was stolen. And, you start panicking, thinking, oh my gosh, what is the world coming to? And we see a lot of this happening. And my daughter, I'm so proud of her, because she said, Mom, it could have been so much worse. They didn't steal her purse and, she was okay. And she went straight into forgiveness because of the circumstances so many of us are going through on the earth. And she went into, if they needed my phone, then I'm glad they took my phone and I am still okay. And I was so proud of her, you know, for coming around to seeing it that way. And it was a good reminder for me, you know, because as a mother, you start getting like you want to protect your child, you know, but I think we just all have to be the change we wish to see in this world.
Straight up.
Really walk our talk that way.
Right. And the lesson that you must have received from her and her perspective on this whole thing, you know, definitely see that you've like incorporated that into your reality, because otherwise you could just be stuck in that fear, like exactly what's going on in the world. But she gave you the perspective that realizes that there's more to the picture, you know?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And gratitude always comes in, you know, being so grateful for where we are and what is.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing, Michelle. I love you.
I love you too. Thank you.
All right. So what I want to do is do this in a different way. I feel, because a lot of times we don't check in the beginning when it comes to our guests. We just go right into them and introduce them there. But since this is really about a community event and, you know, heart-centered connection with all of us here, I want not only you, everybody in the chat room. So we have around 57 people in the room right now. We have a bunch of people on YouTube. Just go ahead and let us know how you feel. Check in. How's your day going? Just say hi. Go ahead and let us know where you're from, on or off planet or interdimensionally. Always love to hear if people are from Andromeda or Arcturus, because I have a huge connection in there. So tell me where you guys are hailing in from. But let's keep the engagement going and interaction here today. And what we'll do is we're going to start out. We're already behind schedule because that's how we roll. But we're going to start out with just a check-in with all of the guests here. And we will do an official bio, right, when we get into your talk. So just go ahead and see, like, whatever you want to share, just saying hi, guys, and maybe a little bit about yourself and what you feel about today's gathering. So let's go ahead and start with you, Brandon.
Awesome. Thank you, Neil. And thank you, Michelle, and everyone here for leading the way. And yeah, just checking in real quick. I know I'll be speaking a little bit later, and I'll just kind of like save all that for once we go around the circle once. Right now, just checking in. I am broadcasting from Canada, if that's relevant, but checking right now, I feel inspired. I feel that right now there's like a lot of energy. I mean, we've kind of like shifted out of that Mercury retrograde phase, like summer's here and everything like that. And I really just feel that, I mean, at least for myself, there's a lot of stuff I've been working on. And it's just kind of like this very powerful gestation process where things are just like ready to blossom. Like it's like the lotus is just like right there and it's just like ready to expand. So that's where I'm personally feeling some of the energies within my reality, and just lots of deep gratitude. Yeah, lots of stuff that I could get into, but I'll save it for later. So thank you, Neil.
Thank you, brother. Brother Shofar.
Oneness, everyone. So I'm Shofar, and currently from in San Diego. I like to call it San Diego, not San Diego, because to me the conquistadors and all their machismo got it wrong. The energy here is very feminine as far as the land and the magicalness here. And via my grandparents, I mean my mom from Harlem, New York. I was born in Queens, and my grandparents from Lynchburg, Virginia. So it's a little bit of my lineage. I'll be speaking to that. So thankful to you, Neil, and appreciative, and to all of you here, making room, clearing space for us to do something great together today.
Thank you, brother. And just to add to Shofar real quick, Shofar, this is his first appearance on Portal to Ascension. And we have a few events coming up, including African spirituality coming up at the end of the year. And I'm just really excited to have you part of the family, brother, to share amazing work. So thank you. All right, let's get to you, Sharaya.
Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here with you. And my heart goes out to Michelle and your sister. Can we all just take a moment? I mean, your daughter, who may feel like a sister, maybe I said that. Can we all just take a moment and send some love to Michelle for her daughter and everything she's going through? I had another friend whose child was assaulted last night and who's in the hospital right now. I'm feeling so much love happening right now for Peter and for Michelle's daughter, for the families. That is the penultimate divide right there, right? When someone is assaulted by someone else, the penultimate idea of an other that you have to combat, which is so far from who we really are. And that is why we're gathered here today, is to heal that divide. And a very special presentation came through the other day when I was thinking about this, and we're going to bring in the animals, and we're going to be talking about healing the divide within ourselves. So I'm really honored and delighted to be here with you all, and we'll be having some really deep fun with that shortly here. Thank you so much. Much love.
Thank you. And thank you for saying heal the divide isn't just outside of us, it's inside of us. Heal the divide within ourselves. Thank you for sharing that. Joan of Angels.
I am so honored to be here. In meditating upon this event, of course, I had to look at my own shadow, which had fully gone into the divide at different points, and which I know we are human. And so for me, this conference is about sort of healing that fifth dimensional being that we are in these 3D bodies, and really coming to terms and bringing that light back up through us, so radiant. So healing the divide for me is that inner divide and that outer divide. I'm really excited to be here, so honored, because I feel we can make a difference. Today is a one day, numerologically, new beginnings. It's election day here in the United States of America, and I'm going to emphasize the United States, because how it goes here, it impacts the entire planet. And I also brought in Avon for today, because he says the extraterrestrials are having an amazing, interesting time watching us here on the earth. So this is our other perspective, and I love you all. I'm just so excited. All of you who are listening, just know that we've been on all sides of this ourselves. You know, because we're talking about healing the divide doesn't mean we've been perfect personalities. Okay, we're in that human self. I was born in Queens, it's a little rough over there. And that's all I could say. We're happy and share where we are. We're going to go through this together, our own healings together.
Thank you. Thank you. Today is not only information and awareness and tools and techniques, but it's also like all day meditation, and activation. We're creating a frequency and as we do with all these events, is that just imagine the planet and all these little light dots, and that's all of us. Right? And we're creating a meridian grid work around the planet. And whatever intention it is, whether it's an event on archaeology, we're spreading that frequency into the grid, right? But today, the intention is healing, right? Bringing us all together, realizing we're all one and interconnected, not on just a spiritual esoteric level, but it's been scientifically proven at this point. Quantum entanglement, I'll drop some quantum physics information within today's event as well, that really shows that we're all interconnected on a subatomic level. And what will it take for us to actually implement that in this world, right? So that is what this event is going to be about. So Michelle, do you want to share anything else before we get into our first guest?
I think we're really feeling, I can feel the little waves of energy floating through this group. And I thank each one of you for typing in the chat and adding your soul essence to this, because as we know, when we come together, we amplify our energies together, and we really show how we are all one. We start feeling each other this way. So I just want to go into this in that united way, like all of you have set the field for. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Michelle. And actually, I feel like because Joan and Sharaya do great invocations, I feel we'll start with Joan, and then Sharaya, you can end the day off with your invocation. So why don't you do a little unity consciousness invocation, and then I'm going to introduce Brandon, and we'll begin.
All right. Greetings, everyone. We are entering into the portal to Ascension, where we learn how to let go of our 3D world in a way that we can get to see the biggest picture of them all. So we invite you right now to take a deep breath in and let it all out, knowing that we are safe, and then taking another deep breath in and then letting it all out. Mother, Father, God, we are just so grateful to be here together in the unification of our planet, the unification of souls, the unification that all sentient beings here on this planet, the little people, the big people, the trees, the insects, the mountains and the rocks, that we are here to unite as one, all of us souls, all of us being here on the planet, to learn how to live here in harmony at last, and to take that which has been the seeds of division and to learn how to turn them into the seeds of miracles, turn them into seeds of balance and harmony, so that we have that harmony within, harmony with others, harmony with the earth, harmony with all plant life and animal life, harmony with our souls. And that, my loved ones, will help us bring harmony without, as we spread that harmony around us. And so it is. We are so grateful.
So it is. Thank you, Joan. All right, everybody, we're going to get into our first guest for today, and just let all the panelists know here, we're about 6 minutes behind schedule, so you still have the same amount of time that you have in the schedule, just add 6 minutes to the end of it. And we're going to start out with Brandon today. Brandon is a really great friend, one of the divine masculines in my life that really I not only admire and respect, but I have a deep connection to and just love working with him because of all the information that he shares. I've been following him for around what he's been doing for, I think, like 8 to 10 years now. And we didn't really start working together till like 4 years ago. So I was aware of all the information he shared. And then around 4 years ago, we just started doing things together. And now we're just progressing and growing our relationship and connection in regards to collaborating on spreading this awareness around the world. So a little bit about Brandon, AKA Mystic Spider-Man, is the director of Paradigm Shift Central, a media portal and hub for a community of conscious creators. They've been creating intentional sacred space for a community, both physically and digitally, since 2009. He has over 70,000 on TikTok and has made full-length consciousness shifting movies. And that's how I got introduced to Brandon, from one of his movies back in 2010, I believe. Have made full-length consciousness shifting movies, has led numerous events in a variety of fashions over the years to help people connect into their heart space and feel inspired to share the magic with the world. He also does, within that, he actually creates support groups for conscious creators, individuals like us on the panel, other people that are dedicating their life to really uplifting consciousness and putting out this awareness there. He's created a support group where he gives assistance and helps fuel the souls of other people that are doing this work so that they can keeping their cup full as they go out and spread this awareness to the masses. So thank you, Brandon, for being here, brother.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Neil. I'll just mention real quick, I posted the links for my stuff in the chat. So if anybody here is looking to connect with me, you can find me through Instagram at Mystic Spider-Man, and paradigmshiftcentral.com, the main website. I'll mention a little bit at the end, but I've been doing some major updates on that. So if you're looking for more kind of like live, intentional broadcasted events, feel free to check that out, subscribe for the newsletter, et cetera, et cetera. But again, to be able to really just like focus in on what it is that we're here to talk about, this was really powerful. And I really wanted to be able to just like use this opportunity for myself. You know, I got about like a 30-minute window here. And I was just like, whoa, like this is a potent opportunity for me to be able to practice like bringing forth some wisdom, bringing forth something from the heart. So it was giving me an opportunity to really be able to reflect on this. And so when we're talking about healing the divide, this is a very, very powerful concept. And I loved being able to approach it from a very philosophical one as well, because there's a great opportunity for us to be able to begin questioning, well, what is the divide? What does that mean? What does it mean to heal the divide? Now, of course, we can look at the divide as kind of like the obvious divide, you know, like the divide between like political systems and the divide between races and hate and poverty and all of these things, which are equally as important within this bigger picture. But at the same time, you know, like the divide is a part of the process. And I think as soon as we can take a moment to really just be able to acknowledge that, we can start, instead of just kind of like villainizing the divide, and instead really being able to honor the part of the process that we may be in. One of the ways that I've been able to, through my own philosophical, I'm like, the divide, if I were to give you like an explanation, there's quite a few, but they're like a metaphor. The divide is like the road home. It is the distance between where we are and where we are going. And what I mean by this is that when you start looking at the cycles of nature and everything like that, you know, you start to see the divide as not something that's like bad, but actually something that's important, as something that is essential, as something that is actually propagating the growth into new dimensions. And so one of the ways that we can look at this, and this is something that we can all relate to in some way or another, as an example, the divide between, you know, ourself and other is required in order for us to be able to see who that other is and to be able to see ourselves in that other. So an example of this, a very, very powerful example, is the birth of a child. And so as someone who recently, like literally just became a father 2 months ago, and, I got to witness this like firsthand experience of my wife, Lacey, giving birth and everything like that. But what happens here is that when the child is in the womb, the child is one with the mother. And from that perspective of the child, like it is the mother. It is the part of the body that the mother is. It is like the universe is all that it knows, and it is all of that is, like, so to speak, But however, in order for the child to fully be able to know the mother, what has to happen? The child has to be born. The child literally has to be taken outside of the womb and moved away from the mother and then turned around. And so imagine you're that child in that moment. And then for the first time, you open your eyes and you see the mother. Up until that point, you knew it was there, but you weren't able to fully observe it. You weren't able to give it like a deeper understanding between the difference between yourself and it. And yet in the process of that observation, that is where we get to fully be able to witness more of who we are. So this process of, again, being able to understand that the universe is itself is constantly moving through this process of like wholeness and separateness, wholeness and separateness. It is the in-breath and the out-breath. And so with this process, we can begin to understand that, the distance between, like the concept of healing the divide, as was already alluded to earlier, this is about healing the divide within ourselves. This is about healing the divide between our conscious and our unconscious, between programs that have been put into us and between a higher conscious perspective that allows ourselves to really actively transform our life with intention. The divide is also the divide between what we are envisioning and where we are. The past, the present, and the future. So when you start thinking about this, it's just like, whoa, there's actually a lot of things for us to really be able to begin healing the divide of. And I think what's also important here is to be able to understand that healing in itself is a natural part of the experience that we go through within this reality. And what I mean by this is that similar to, again, it's like wholeness, separateness, in-breath, out-breath, yin, yang. What's also happening is that there's also this process of kind of like chaos, harmony. We see this through the process of cymatics. We've talked about this before, and even in previous Portal to Ascensions, where, you have cymatics, you have the salt on a soundboard, and you turn it up to a frequency, and it creates this harmonious pattern. And then what happens when you're twisting the knob of the vibrational frequency and you're moving from one octave to the next octave, it will actually go through this process of going from like a harmony, like it'll literally project sacred geometry with like salt on a soundboard, and then it will go into chaos and go, and it'll like be all over the place. We're like, whoa, like that's like, what is that? It's just crazy, right? And then eventually it snaps into place again. It goes from like chaos and it goes boom, and then it goes right back into a whole new layer of harmony. And so when we understand this, we also understand that in the process of healing the divide isn't necessarily this idea of like forcing healing. It's just like, oh, we have to heal. Like this is like, we have to like, it's something like it's more so the healing is actually about the creation of the space. It's the creation of the space for the healing to naturally occur. So within that, like the healing actually takes place through the softness. The healing doesn't take place through like rushing into something. I mean, relatively speaking, it's not always going to be like this like brute force, like kind of like male energy. It's more of like the feminine energy. It's the receptive energy. It's the softening. And so how can we within ourselves invite in more of that softness? And so even just right now, as we just kind of like shift right here, and we just take a moment to just kind of like connect in with our breath. Like right now, how can we soften between the awareness of ourself and the awareness of our breath? There it is. For a second there was a divide between our conscious awareness and our breath. And yet even now, we heal that divide. And so what is healing? Healing is the return to harmony, the return to awareness, the return to synergy. And so again, with this, start looking at all the places within your life where there may be a quote unquote divide, but then to also honor that and to see that where there is divide, there is also a road. The divide, like I said, the divide is the path. It is the road back home. And so where is home? This is the question. And this is this is like, like throughout this entire conference that we'll hear today, we'll hear the same thing kind of repeated over and over again in many beautiful ways, which is the wonderful thing about having community. Many different perspectives looking in towards like a similar idea. But with this is the return back to the heart. That is like the ultimate divide that we are healing. So if we're not in our own heart space and we're trying to go out there and we're trying to save the world and we're trying to do this and we're trying to do this and we're trying to do this, not to say it's not going to make a difference, but it's going to be it's going to be hard. Like, it's going to be like, we're going to be like hitting our head against the wall and stuff like that. So this is where we get into this metaphor of very, very powerful metaphor. Someone reminded me of this many years ago, and it's always stuck with me. If every person cleaned their own doorstep, the entire world would be cleaned. If everyone took care of their own doorstep, if everyone took care of their own heart space, the entire world would be cleaned. So it's this idea that in order to be able to create peace within the world, we must create peace within ourselves. And so this is an awesome opportunity for you, the participant, to begin becoming more aware of your lack of awareness, relatively speaking. So this is also about healing the divide between ignorance and knowledge. But then it goes a bit further, because so follow me here. There is a divide between ignorance and knowledge, between not knowing and knowing, between ignoring something and being aware of it. But then there's another distance. There's another divide between knowledge and wisdom. And so what is wisdom? Wisdom is the experience. Wisdom is what we gain when we have gotten somewhere, when we have walked that path. So when we are away from something, we don't have that wisdom yet. There is a divide. There is a path between ourselves and where we are going. And yet once we complete that path, we receive wisdom. There is something that is created. And yet the thing is that this is a beautiful part of this reality. It kind of like fractals onto itself. So where there is once a divide, there is now harmony. There is now healing. And yet even still, what actually happens from that? The universe is like, oh, no, you're not done learning yet. Yes, that's right. There's more. There's another divide for you to be able to heal. And so again, instead of being like, oh man, another divide, like, oh shucks, oh, there's more work to be done. It's like, no. Like, there's actually more of a journey. There's more for you to experience. You are leveling up within this video game. Your character is growing. You are becoming wiser. And so how can you move from a place of stagnation, which I think a lot of people are, unfortunately kind of like locked within? Someone's convinced them that, like, don't interact, like stay where you are, distract yourself, and like just be as less engaged as possible and just live within your fascinations and stuff like that. But when we realize that, we have to actually make that choice, we have to actively make the choice between being able to say, like, I'm where I am towards where I'm going. And where do you want to go? Where do you want to go within yourself? These are questions that you need to ask yourself. These are things that you have the opportunity to be able to reflect upon. And so the other part of healing this divide, this is like kind of like what I'm leading up to. This is really powerful. And again, I'm sure a lot of the other creators we're going to talk into this, because nothing I'm saying is like, nothing that you don't already know. It's me, it's source coming through me. But within this, the healing the divide, kind of what I talked about, is the divide between like our 3D self and our 5D self. Kind of like I said, like not even just like our unconscious and our conscious. Like there's our unconscious, our conscious, and our super conscious. And our super conscious, as I'm sure a lot of you can imagine, is kind of like the higher knowing, the you who sees above the playing board, the you who goes, aha, this is familiar, I know what's happening. And so the divide between where we are and that higher self, that is the intuition. That is the instinct. That is the nature. That is the spirit. That is the song. And so this is the very powerful thing that, again, I want to be able to move you towards this call to action, where your journey, your mission, you are literally on a mission. You have been given this mission, whether or not you remembered it, but now you do, because I'm about to tell you it. Your mission is to be able to, quote unquote, heal the divide between yourself and your song. What is your song? Your song is not just something you sing. It is what you bring into the world. The song is the spirit of creation. moving through us. And so again, you know, what we sometimes recognize as a quote unquote divide is really just an unnurtured like link, an unnurtured tether, an unnurtured like cable that connects us, like a stream, a channel. So in a sense, you know, I like to use this metaphor of like thinking of creativity as like a stream of water, like a creek, like a river. And so what's happened with a lot of people is that this divide has actually been almost in a way like orchestrated by people putting like gunk in the river. It's like building a dam in the river. And so what we want to do is we want to be able to clear that river. We want to allow the water to clear slowly. So allow the water to flow clearly. So this is where we get to be able to identify what's causing my divide. What is my dam? What is in my river that's preventing spirit to be able to flow through me? Oh, is it a limiting belief pattern? Is it my habits? Is it the company I'm around? Is it the way I see myself and my value within this bigger story? Well, what if I were to tell you that, yes, you do have a purpose. Yes, you do have a mission. Yes, you do have something incredibly important that you can bring out into this world, literally through one interaction at a time. It is the power of the heart. It is the power of kindness. And this is where, again, you know, as Mystic Spider-Man, my mission, and I'm constantly reminded of this, even literally as me talking about this is me actually healing the divide between sometimes I get away from myself. But my mission is to be able to activate the superhero within you, to remind you of the power of the heart that you already have. And I would always say that, you know, when me doing my Mystic Spider-Man thing, for those of you who don't have context of this, like this is, you know, after years of me doing free hugs, there's lots of videos that I've done of free hugs. That whole thing, that was healing the divide between ourself and other. But again, the divide between like, it's like the heart spaces that we share. It's like, this is your heart, this is my heart. The distance between the two, let's heal them. Boom, what happens? It creates the Vesica Pisces. What comes out of that? A new seed is birthed. And so within this, you know, like this is the power that you have. It is the power to be able to enact a choice which will bring your heart space into the space of another. And then out of that, something new is born. Out of that, you know, like gratitude, an experience, a conversation, a heartfelt moment, whatever the case may be. Like, do not think that in order for you to make a difference in this world, you have to buy more programs and tune into more broadcasts. Like, no, I'm telling you, by the time you're done listening to this broadcast today, you already have everything you need to literally just go out there and be, what did I say at the beginning? A softer person. And a softer person doesn't mean someone who's going to be a pushover, but it's the type of person who allows themselves to notice when they get away from their own heart and how to be able to bring themselves back and to soften into their own heart and thus be able to soften their perspective of any circumstance. It's not the situation that's the problem. It's your perspective of it. And that's quote like not a problem. It's just, you know, it's relative. But when you change the way you look at things, the way you look at things change. You've heard that before. So how can we, and this is where, you know, I'm going to just, I guess I got a little bit longer, so I'll just kind of continue to flow here, keeping an eye on the time. But again, with this, as we move into this next stage of kind of like understanding more about healing the divide between, again, what did I say already? You know, it's like between like, it's like the divide between ourself and the universe and the awareness that we are the universe, the divide between the mother and child, knowing that the child has to be separated from the mother in order to be able to see the mother and then thus to be able to see themselves in the mother, right? So it's kind of ping pongs back and forth a few times there when you think about it. The divide between the higher self and the lower self. We literally are, and this is such an awesome part about this entire conference. We literally are world bridgers. You'll hear this more within this conference. Like, we are literally here to be able to create heaven on earth, to embody heaven on earth. Heaven on earth can be thought of as a frequency. It's a harmony. It's the healing of the divide. That's what it is. And so again, you know, like as we bring more of our awareness into what this healing of divide means between ourself and who we are becoming, the divide even between the past, the present, and the future, you know, take a moment, like that's a whole thing in itself, right? You could literally just spend a whole nother hour, and maybe this will come up later on, and I'm sure others will, because it's kind of an idea that's coming through, the divide between, you know, like our ancestors and where we are now. And to be able to utilize those, it's like, wait a second, it's like, here we are. It's like, we've kind of locked ourselves into this present moment. And in a lot of ways, subconsciously, someone's kind of like, this is just kind of a side effect of culture. We've kind of separated ourselves from our ancestors. So there's like a, someone kind of like put, again, like a dam between the flow of energy between the ancestors and our path. The path is still there. It's just that there's stuff in the way, right? So how do we clear that? So if we start manually kind of like clearing the stream, and we clear open and we invite in this energy, this connection from the ancestors, dude, that is like powering in like a cable, like a power supply. It's like the energy and the connection of our ancestors, like that's like a generator. It is a generator and a wealth of inspiration that is ready for us to be able to tap into at any given moment. It is there for us. They are ready to serve. And so when we have that connection, boom, that divide is healed. That connection has been established, reestablished, remembered, right? Like take a moment here just to be able to think about that. What do we do? Like we say this a lot, right? Like when we come here as humans and stuff like that, it's like, oh, this is actually a journey of remembering. Remember, to put back together. So when we remember our connection with our ancestors, we are literally establishing that connection. That energy flows into the present moment. Whoa, like feel that right now. Just the concept of it. Take a moment to think about that. Be like, wait a second, like has that connection been present? Is it dammed off right now in my reality? What would it feel like if I were to take like, a little bit of self-awareness, just be able to invite in more of that clearing, to be able to invite in more of that energy. Boom, boom, boom. You guys feeling this click, right? You guys like feeling this paradigm shift. You guys are feeling, if what I'm saying is literally unlocking something within your consciousness, drop some 1111s in the chat. I love being able to interact and get that feedback. And I'm seeing your guys' comments right now. So what we can do is literally, again, that energy from the past fuels into the present moment and it kind of cultivates there. It's like billowing. It's like vroom, 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 vroom. You feel it, right? Vroom, vroom. And then from there, we move it into the future. Boom. It becomes like rocket fuel. It projects us into the future. So this is where, again, we get to have this opportunity to really be able to reflect on the divide between where we are and where we are going. And to be able to understand, as we bridge the divide between our higher self and this one right here, that connection already exists. So between ourselves and that present moment and that future still to come, yet it is already inside of us. Imagine this like golden tether. So there's like a big like energy well behind us from our ancestors and all that wisdom. Like you are your own ancestor when you think about it, like all the wisdom that you gained like in the past like 10 years. Don't forget about that. And you bring this forward, boom, 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 boom. And then you get to be able to move it forward and you can visualize this golden tether between ourselves and the futures that we're envisioning. And so when we, again, return ourselves back to the heart space, what do? We get to practice listening. We get to practice seeing. We get to practice using all of our energy centers, our third eye, our throat, our heart. Even right now, me doing this right now is literally me demonstrating this healing of the divide between the future and this present moment. Because I'm telling you right now that as familiar as I am with what I'm doing right now, it's literally like the future flowing through my throat chakra. Boom, 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 boom. It comes out and it just arrives. And I make space for it. I'm not overthinking it. There's a balance of heart and mind. There's a softness. I am trusting. I know that the words are there. I just have to arrive for them. Therefore, as we move into the future, how are we healing? We know that the healing is there. We are arriving for it. We are making the space for it to land. We are cultivating it within ourselves. And it creates this connection between ourselves and what we're moving into. And so right now, I want you to be able to take a moment where it's like, imagine who you are as you, quote unquote, heal your divides. The divide between your past, your present, your future. The divide between your unconscious, your conscious, and your super conscious. The divide between your ability to be able to connect with your breath. As you connect with the breath, that establishes everything. The divide between yourself and your neighbors, like the physical divide that we see. The divide between yourself and your intuition. You start establishing that. You start developing more of like this ability to be able to tune in to the messages that spirit has for you and the calling and the direction, the ability to trust that flow. And there's so many more, I would even invite you guys, like, as I'm kind of helping activate some stuff here, like type it into the chat, like write in, it's like, what other divides, like, are we becoming aware of? Like the philosophical, the metaphysical divides as well, right? So we are all fractured divine. And what I mean by that is a very, very powerful idea that kind of came to me once. This is my understanding of like, this is kind of like a way of how I imagine reality kind of functions. It's more of a metaphor. Imagine, if you will, a perfect sphere. Like this is like kind of like this like magical sphere. It's like perfect, right? And now imagine if there was like a little explosion on the inside of the sphere, and it exploded the sphere into like a million different little shards, fractures. Now imagine it goes boom in all directions. It's like a planet exploding. You guys imagining that, right? All of these little things and all these little like chunks and bits and everything like that. That's all us. That's everything. That's stuffness. That's what it is, right? But now imagine as if you took a camera and you filmed that circle exploding. And now you take that footage and you rewind it. What does that like imagine you're watching this footage rewind. Ooh, you see all these little pieces. They look like they're all like all over the place. It's chaos, right? Boom, comes back to that circle. Returning home. Visualize that in your mind. Like really take a second to like make it epic, like a movie, right? Like if you see that for me is actually kind of like a metaphor for like what this experience is that we are going through. Like we are literally like, once upon a time, it was a circle and went boom, and we all exploded all over the place. What we're experiencing as the present moment moving forward is that footage returning, like reverse. We are coming back to that over and over and over again in little tiny ways. It happens like in small things, and then it happens like in big things as well. But the point there in understanding is that since it's footage, it's not going to change as you record it. Like it has a place. That little chunk that's like way off in the distance, boom, it has a place within that sphere. And so as we move forward into this event, and I'm going to kind of get closer wrapping it up here, allow ourselves to really be able to invite in this trust that there is a higher wave of energy moving through us, whatever you want to call it. But healing is a natural part of the process. The body will heal when it allows itself to soften and rest, and when it's nurtured and everything like that. So what we want to be able to do is to nurture the environments that cultivate the healing process, that incubate the healing process. And so how do we do that, right? Like this is through the internal work. This is through ourself, through our introspection, but it's also through community. Community is the key. Community is where we get to have those conversations, where we get to reflect, where we get to incubate, where we get to heal, where we get to really be able to also heal the divide between what I know and what you know. If we can have a conversation, which is what we're doing right now, we're literally healing the divide between things that are in my brain, and now they're in your reality simply because I've said them. And hopefully if I've done a good job, it will click and it will kind of like imprint itself like into your energy field, and then you'll be able to do what you want with it. And so when we do that, it's like they've got information. And when we come together with that powerful intention, and we can share and say like, oh, this is my knowledge, this is my wisdom. Whoa, we're like coming together, man. Like we're really like leveling up into this new perspective of being. And then we get to continue to, carry it with us. So as always, with this portal to ascension, I remind each and every single one of us that you are the portal. You are the portal to ascension. You are the portal to new earth. You are the portal between heaven on earth. You're the portal between the mind and the heart. You're the portal between the past, the present, and the future. All of those things, right? Really feel this. Because with this, there is a calling, but there is also a duty. And the free will that you have gives you the choice to be able to say like, you know what, I'm going to step back. Or maybe I'm going to step back for a period of time until I feel ready to jump back in. And maybe that's where you are. Maybe you've stepped back. But know that the universe is always willing and ready and inviting you to jump back in and be able to say like, I have an active role to be able to play. And so again, like a big part of the work that I do, it goes back to this kind of quote that a lot of us have heard, like be the change you want to see in the world. But there's a little caveat before that. Choose to be the change that you wish to see in this world, because you make that choice. No one else will make it for you. And at the end of the day, that choice will come from a place of, aha, I remember this is actually really exciting and I'm not alone and we're doing it together. So allow yourself to feel that choice and to feel the wisdom of that choice kind of guiding you, propelling you to be able to say that, you know, it's not just you like stumbling into like this void of unknownness. There's actually a path ahead of you. And this path is felt through the heart. So the more that you can connect to the heart, the more you can actually allow yourself to align with the future. Feel the future. That is a powerful thing that I say many, many times. Again, one of your superpowers, feel the future. Get good at feeling the future. Get good at feeling into your intuition, your trust. It's a powerful idea. And that's what it is. It's an idea. Even if you don't like fully like conceptually like get it, just know that this idea is something that can kind of like guide you forward, where it's just like, I don't know what's going to happen, but I trust that what's going to happen is going to be something that's going to help me grow. And with the growth, that is where that is the healing of the divide. So I'll check in with Neil now, and you guys let me know if this is stuff that resonated with you. But yeah, again, this is me just kind of like healing and bringing in some information. And I hope it's stuff that's going to serve as a foundation for everything else that all the beautiful people here are going to talk about today. And then I can give you guys like a quick like invite for the stuff that I'm working on with Paradigm Shift if you guys want to listen to me talk more or something like that outside of this event and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Neil, how was that, dude?
It was beautiful, man. And we're gonna have a little discussion about what you shared. But why don't you just continue and share whatever you want before we do that?
Sure. Absolutely. So yeah, again, just a quick invite for everybody here. I'll just again post the links into the chat on Zoom and on the YouTube chat and stuff like that. So if you guys want to take a quick second to either just click my Instagram link, or again, just go over to the Paradigm Shift Central website. I've actually been working really hard on Paradigm Shift Central, and Paradigm Shift Central, again, me and Neil, we do very similar work in the sense of like creating like regular events for community. And so Paradigm Shift Central, I've been upgrading it. It's got some really cool features where we're introducing like a new like monthly membership. It's kind of like a Netflix subscription, but it gives you access to live membership events. Some of them are free to join, but then some of them are member exclusive. And then some of them are members can only join on the Zoom. We got a routine where we're doing like circle discussions, global meditations, and then private events every week. I'm still working on the website literally like at this moment, but you guys can check it out. Subscribe to the email up at the top, and then I'll notify you when it's like ready to rock. And feel free to shoot me a DM on Instagram and stuff like that. And those are all going to be like events like for like professionally produced events by fellow conscious media creators. And I'm sure Neil and some of the other creators here will have them involved as it continues to unfold. But yeah, Neil, always a pleasure, dude. Thank you so much for having me here. And thank you for just, again, everybody just holding space. It was, I got to like listen to myself saying some of the things I was saying. So I'm like, oh, it was like clicking for me too, even as I was saying it. So always a good time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you for starting us off and really creating inspiration. There's a lot of great energy right now, and you just like really put things in perspective, created a foundation for everything. And you know what you said about being or choosing over being, you know, like, because the state of being almost takes some work, really. We have to like to get to the state of being, but all we really need to do is make that first decision, which is choose, right? Choose to take action and make a shift in the world. And Joan, I think it was you that said, in order to be chosen, you must choose. Was that your quote? You're muted. You're muted, Joan.
She's muted, but she's saying something really profound.
I know. I feel that energy though.
Yeah. So you know, I can't take credit for it, but in order to be one of the chosen ones, we must choose. And I love how Michelle said, "Choose love." Brendan, it's an inner choice, and it is, and that's what's so exciting about today. We're really learning the power of our inner world. So I thought you were brilliant, Brendan. Just so you know, I'm going, oh my God, why didn't I think of it that way? That's just amazing. And you do fantastic work. And just so everyone knows, he just brought in a soul child, a star being, into our planet. And so for him, it's even more important that this world go into unified consciousness. I have chills.
Thank you, Joan. So one of my friends said to me real quick, he said, every time a child is born, it means God has not given up.
Oh my God, I want to cry.
Yes, yes, right? Like there's a generation ahead of us for that child. So like many of us here, like that's what we're doing here, right? Like 7 generations back, 7 generations ahead. So absolutely.
That was such a profound statement right there. Your whole presentation gave me chills. It was very uplifting and inspiring and gave us all something to really embrace and embody. And Brendan, when you said that about say it again, whenever a child's born.
Well, yeah, a friend of mine said this, and he basically just said, like, every time a child is born, it means God hasn't given up, you know? Right. So it's just like.
There was a time where I was observing that I wasn't seeing a lot of pregnant women or babies being born. There was a period where I was wondering whether or not humanity was going to become extinct. And it was really on my heart many years ago, before 2012. And I wasn't seeing a lot of babies being born. And all of the sudden, I started seeing pregnant women everywhere and babies being born. And it re-inspired me because I got that feeling, even though I didn't know that particular statement, that every time a child is born, it means God hasn't given up. That really landed. And these Choose Love stickers, I've placed them in my car, in my house, where I brush my teeth, where my husband has his computer. And they're a good reminder when energy gets crunchy, because, you know, we're all in human skin. And when the energy gets crunchy, if you see that big red Choose Love, it's really hard to continue that energy of angst or anger. Yeah. It's good to acknowledge it and release it, but I just love the way that you talked about inviting more softness and the awareness of our breath and returning to harmony and returning back to our heart. You know, peace isn't going to happen unless we find peace within ourselves, and that was so true. So, Brendan, thank you for really starting us off on a high note.
Thank you.
Yes.
Peace, bro. I wanted to say, like, it's definitely very apparent to me that this process of stepping into fatherhood has really opened up your heart in a certain way, man. And you're allowing the magic and the mystery of that process to really speak to your being. And it was coming through, man. So I really appreciate you, man, on that. It's like your yin and yang symbol that you have on you right there, man. Is you're channeling the high stuff for us all to hear here on this earthly plane. So, and I believe that's part of that process of you stepping into fatherhood. So thank you for that transmission.
Thank you, man. Yeah, it means a lot. I kind of had, you know, and this is something that I think all of us can kind of take, you know, in terms of like the work I do. It's like, yeah, like I create YouTube videos and podcasts, I do all these things, but it's like the work that I'm doing, the work that we're all doing is to guide people back to the heart. That's it. Like, that's literally it. So for everybody here, if you can just kind of keep that in mind, where it's like you wake up each day, it's like, oh, like how can I help guide people back to the heart? Be it myself, be it others, be it through, again, an interaction that you have at a grocery store, saying hello to someone, expressing that gratitude, expanding your field kind of thing, all of those little things. And that's where, again, you know, like all of us, like everybody has a role to play. So, you know, like everybody, you know, like keep planting those seeds. That's what we're here to do. And I'll just plug real quick. If anybody wants, I got like free hug signs. You can see them on my on the behind me, and the buttons. Like those aren't just swag; those are tools, and those are through the Paradigm Shift Central website. So all that, I like create all these items so that people can go out there. And I'm like, go out there, like heal the divide, you know. So feel free to check it out on the Paradigm Shift Central website. And thank you again, brother.
Thank you, brother. You know, you're such a great reminder, man, on everything you do, even having these tools. They're just reminders. A lot of times we get caught up in the rut of the world, and it's okay. It's not like we have to have an expectation of ourselves to always be completely aware of what we want to create and choose in life. Sometimes we get lost as well. And what we really need is others, like, you know, like you are for me, and like the Choose Love sign that Michelle's holding. These are the reminders that help us shift our perspective and put us back into a state of unity. Right. So, and being okay with what happens and the energy that takes us to different places, being gentle with ourselves, but then always knowing the way to really measure, the yardstick to measure, you know, how much unity we can cultivate is how quick it takes us to get back to that 0 point, you know, of us getting back to that center space. And that's what this event's about. It's one huge reminder, guys, you know, just to choose love.
And to forgive ourselves for those times where we actually got lost and forgot to choose love, or said, well, forget love for a minute. I want my point heard, you know, so we need to forgive ourselves for that too.
That's such a great point, Joan, because
honestly, I have a lot of forgiveness to do.
We're all walking through this and navigating this time, you know, each in our own unique individual ways. And I wanted to share a little story about something that happened in a circle, you know, where you're getting into a debate with somebody. This seems to be happening a lot lately, where people, you know, have a need to be heard and want to be heard. And sometimes it's good to invite ourselves, if our need to be right is greater than our need for peace or for harmony in this moment, and constantly remembering that. So when we are debating with somebody, you know, I find myself saying a lot lately, if we had a room filled with 100 people and we asked the question, all right, raise your hands, which ones of you are brainwashed? No hands would go up, right? But I hear on every side of the fence in all these different camps, whether it's the vegans, the UFOs, the spiritual community, the yoga community, you know, one side, the red, the blue, whatever side we're on. This is why I'm doing the rainbow thing today. We all, I think that most of us, you know, just want to be seen and heard, really. And we don't think none of us thinks we're brainwashed. So to come into that space of curiosity, and rather than us spewing what we've learned, taking the time to listen to the person standing before us first, to just open our hearts to listening, to saying, you know, I'd really like to hear your perspective and understand how you came to that belief system, and really mean it, and take the time to sit with it. And then you have your perspective. We each have our perspective. Some people may not be willing to hear our perspective or your perspective. And if that's the case, we don't need to keep trying to shove it on somebody who really doesn't want to hear it. And maybe they don't want to hear it because their nervous system can't handle it. That's one of the things that I've encountered a lot in these last few years, is that rather than making anyone wrong for where they're at in their belief system, realize that we all have a nervous system that's at play. And some people, have you ever seen a kid that goes, I don't want to hear it? Sometimes people are in that space because their nervous system is so fragile that they can't hear what we have to say. And in those cases, I think the hug idea is a great idea, to just say, I respect you, I honor you. And even though my belief, I came to a different perspective than you did, I don't want it to break up our friendship. I want to still be your friend and know that I love you, and feel that you love me back. If we can come to that place of respect, that's what's helping me get through with all the people who maybe don't share my belief or opinion. I have goosebumps as I'm saying that, because, you know, I heard recently that 80% of the people agree on 90% of the issues, and it's extreme things that divide us. So if we could focus on the things that unite us, rather than letting one or two extremes divide us, I think that we'll find our world bridging skills at play to invite in more curiosity and more love and
Right.
acceptance.
You know,
Acceptance.
I think that was brilliant, Michelle. And I want to say one thing about the brainwashing, because I see some people comment on it. Many of us have been brainwashed. Heck, you know, just being programmed as children brainwashes us. But to break people's brainwashing doesn't happen when you go up and you shake them. You know, to heal that takes personal aha experiences, usually pain, that breaks it. So we really have to hold space. And you said that about our nervous system. Sunday, I had to tell my sister, please stop. I can't handle it. I cannot handle one more piece of information, even if it was, and she was trying to help me. It was like, my brain can't stop. And so I totally understand.
I've been feeling it. I mean, are any of us experiencing peace 100% of the time? I don't think that's human.
No, it's not.
It's the work. That's the grist for the mill right there. That's why we're here in that tension moment, to temper it forward.
Great discussion, folks.
So far, you were saying something.
Yeah, no, I just was going to say real quick, I agree with both of you, Joan of Angels and, you know, Michelle is, and I think what we're shifting to heal this divide is to move from just hearing or listening. I think there's a reason why, if you take the word heart, it has the word ear in it, and it has the word hear in it. You know, And when we hear with our hearts, then we move from having a nervous system to an awareness system. And I don't call it the nervous system, I call it the awareness system, but that's only when I can truthfully check in with myself and hear from that place of running it through the filter of the heart.
Definitely. You know, I feel most people, if not everybody on the planet, just wants to love and be loved, right? And a lot of things that happen, a lot of disharmony, lack, violence comes from that lack of love. Whether it was as a child that you didn't get held enough, and then all of a sudden that results in some sort of trauma, makes you act a certain way later. There's some sort of not being seen, not being heard and nourished can create that disharmony that can actually manifest in really violent or disharmonic ways later in life, right? So really having the understanding that deep down, we all want the same thing. And being loved, love and loving has nothing to do with ideology or belief systems. It's just the inherent thing that we're here to do is just to connect with each other. You know, when we're upset at certain things or we have a point to prove, a lot of times the individual might have their own point to protect. They could get really defensive very quickly. And we get engaged in this conversation back and forth. But if you really think about it, right, if you really think about it, no one in a place of defensiveness or trying to protect something are willing to hear and accept what you're saying. The only place you can ever have a conversation with that is if you're both at a place of non-reaction, objective neutrality, speaking about something with the understanding of a greater power, a greater understanding that we're all united. Then you can even speak about what you disagree with in a way that actually creates some sort of reflection that we can actually come together and realize common ground, right? So we have the tools and techniques. We have the psychological books that explain this, right? But we don't. And it's because it isn't the default foundation of our life. We're not taught this in school as we were being raised. We are basically pawns for the workforce, right? We're not cultivating the tools and techniques that really will create unity and longevity, right? Not just longevity for humanity, but, you know, our entire lives, you know, in how long we live. So this is just the beginning phases. This is all meant to be. It was meant to be like that. The best way to realize what you want is to experience what you don't want when you have amnesia. Okay. So we've been in this world of amnesia, forgetfulness. How are we going to realize what the light is? What do we want? Well, we need to experience what we don't want. And now we're like, okay, what we really want to create is this unity consciousness. This makes me feel good. Okay. So it's all part of the game that we signed up for. We came to this planet of amnesia, but now it's time to really have a new perspective on this planet and step into the next level of this game of life, right? And these are the conversations we're having here today. All right, so let's move into our next guest. Do you want to do the official bio for Sharaya, Michelle?
I do. You know, it's so interesting when you read a bio, what I really want to do is just say Sharaya is love. She is the embodiment of love. And I love her so much. We've gotten so much closer through Portal to Ascension. So I'm going to read her bio with enthusiasm that Sharaya Dharma is an author, clairvoyant, clairaudient, clairsentient guide, and energy healer in service to the awakening of humanity. Having experienced profound awakenings at an early age, Sharaya has prepared herself for this time of service as an orator and scribe for the divine creator within us all. Her calling is to ensure each and every being on earth has the opportunity to awaken to the truth of ourselves as one with love. In love with the law and divine principle, Sharaya brings profound clarity to our comprehension of the creative process and a perspective that takes us all the way back before the beginning of time, helping us resolve our greatest esoteric perplexities as we usher in a new era of co-creative potential on Earth. Author of Love's Whisperings, Authentic Spiritual Development with the Star Elders, and Unlocked and Unleashed, The God Within You, Sharaya expects to release the next 3 books. It says in 2016 here, Sharaya. and is also the founder of Pure Living Expo, New Earth Vision Portal, and Anchor the Dream. She leads workshops and gives talks around the country and resides, I think you reside in more than just Denver, Colorado.
Okay. I need to jump in and apologize for the outdated bio. Sharaya focuses so much on helping me build everything that we haven't focused enough on helping her build herself on Portal to Ascension and redoing it all. So my apologies. We're going to fix that within a week. I love you. Continue.
So Sharaya, it's my honor to introduce you. I know that you spend so much time behind the scenes, not only helping Portal to Ascension, but many other platforms, Disclosure Fest, and you've been instrumental with helping Scott Katamas and Deborah Giusti build their platform. Which one is it? They changed the name of it.
Global Peace Tribe.
Global Peace Tribe. And you do so much behind the scenes, but you are a beacon of love and wisdom. And so I'm really excited to hear your presentation today.
Wow. Thank you so much, Michelle. I love you so much. I love you, Neil, and everybody here. I'm so grateful to be here amongst you all. And Brendan, as everybody noticed, was absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Brendan, for that gorgeous download. And I'm looking forward to hearing more from the rest of the presenters today as well. And also your wisdom interjecting here, Michelle, is always so poignant and on spot for sure. Absolutely. And Neil's as well. So really excited to be here. And let's get this party started, shall we? Let's have a little, we're going to take a little trip into the forest today, believe it or not. This is what happened when I tuned in on this event. So let's do it. We're heading into the forest. Okay, gonna have to hit present here. Okay, here we go. How to heal the divide within ourselves with a little help from the forest friends. I thought we would make it light and loving and back to nature, because really, like Brendan was saying earlier, the softness, the kindness, the presence, the coming out of that hectic nervous brain into the now moment. This is how we're going to get beyond this sort of, you see that like grid, the opposites, the grid of opposites that has been laid down as a template here in this 3D experience. We get to collapse the charge of those polar opposites within ourselves and our own body, mind, spirit complex, so that reality that pours through us as a reflection of our inner state can become more and more loving. And there's been many situations on the planet, let's just say it like that, where Neil was pointing to some of the energies that felt it's their job to cause a divide and conquer things to happen, and who laid down this checkerboard grid, this pluses and minuses, this opposite, turning a polar unity into a duality of conflict. And really we started with a polar unity. So the Divine Mother and the Divine Father emerged from Source in that original decision of Source to become two, right? To become two. And so one became two. And then as two separated, what happens is there's literally a positive and a negative separated. That's a battery. What starts happening is spin starts happening. It starts slowly and then it builds up. And now you've got an engine of creation from the two. So the two, the mother and the father, the yin and the yang, the positive and the negative, create this torsion field of energy. And from them birth the many. So now we've got 1 + 2 = 3 ++++++, all of us into infinity and beyond. And yet the original polar unity is like two hands on the body. So our right hand and our left hand are both on the same body. They're not divided. There's an experience of them having a unique aspect, but it's one body. And that's ourselves as well. Even though we have been born into these bodies that appear so separate, in our original essence, we're before Divine Mother and Divine Father split out. That's our true identity, our Satnam, our true self. And we are also both Divine Mother and Divine Father, having that lovemaking experience, which causes the energy to birth creation. And it's the opposites that cause the ingredients of creation to be able to be created for there to be diversity and uniqueness and an experience of many. Without that setup, we couldn't have had this experience here. So how do you go about creating out of a unity an experience of many? Well, you do these things. It's a refracted synergy of light appearing real through our optic nerves and through our brains and through this vessel that we're in, that we have this experience of many. And we, as the little hero here, here's our little dear friend, our little young buck who's going to be our hero guiding the way, has emanated out of this polar unity into creation with the backdrop of the pluses and minuses, but with a goal to restoring his heart and returning back to an understanding of oneness, even while he is in the checkerboard dynamic, even while he is in the platform of reality we call Earth. So he's going to have a journey through this whole experience to move back into his wholeness and his oneness from a place of fear and separation. And so here we go. Our first really important job in this moment, I feel, and what is coming through to suggest, is that we need to restore our own sense of personal innocence. And we cannot restore our sense of personal innocence if we are judging, hating, and blaming an other, because the other is us, as we have heard and seen from Brendan, and now we're talking about it here, that there's original primordial pre-existent unity, as Adida would call it. The pre-existent unity is where we come from, where we have our life in, and where we return to. And so if we're making others wrong and blaming them and shaming them, or if we're blaming and shaming ourselves, it's hard to access the exact truth, the absolute reality of our innocence, our innate innocence. So, as A Course in Miracles says as well, you know, what we do to our brothers and sisters, we do to ourselves. And then the Bible says that all the traditions say this. So this is the mystery within, that other is self. And it doesn't mean that the others aren't out there doing the things that they're doing, because we've been at this game for a very long time on this checkerboard. And so we've built up a lot of compounded momentum. We've built up a lot of preference over time in eons as souls incarnating in bodies. We've built up a lot of strong opinion in some cases. We've built up we have a natural desire to be happy and healthy and have a wonderful life, and to create and to be even more creative, and to see how far we can expand creation, and to wonder what's going to happen next and next and next. I mean, this is sort of in us because we have the creator within us. But what happened along the way is we kind of went to sleep and forgot some of these basic principles and started projecting onto the outer world our fears. Fears started to arise, and we started seeing it as a separation instead of a pre-existent unity birthing as many. So the wisdom journey is to return to that. And step one is restoring our own sense of innocence. And in order to do that, we must also restore everyone else's innocence, because if we're making the rest of creation wrong, we're never going to be able to access and feel that ourselves. And all of us, like others are saying, we all have this material within us. There's not one of us on the planet, I would say, maybe there's a few, but there's very few beings who have gone all the way to collapsing every single negative charge, hurt, wound, belief, and everything else. That's what we're here. That's what I was saying, grist for the mill, the tempering of the sword. So when we're bonking around on the grid, what we're doing is we're having reflections that are showing us where these charges still need to be resolved. Okay, it's showing us where we still have triggers. That's what this life experience is for. So if we can begin to, through knowledge of these things, through gnosis, through the knowledge of the original oneness, even if we don't absolutely experience it every moment yet, we have enough knowledge to know that that's where we came from and that's where we're returning to. So even while we're going through this process of healing, we're going to love ourselves, and we're going to do our best to love and forgive others. And we're going to restore our own sense of innocence in order to be able to do this work. And so this leads us to healing. And the bear, the beautiful bear medicine, is our guide for healing today. So we can just welcome and invoke that beautiful bear medicine of healing, inner guidance, self-nurturing, all the beautiful things about the bear and about our ability to access healing. And so when we start to feel our innocence enough, now we can ask for the healing to happen. What are we asking? Who or what are we asking? Well, ultimately, we're asking ourselves. We're asking the source within us. We're asking, you might call it the high self. You might call it source. You might call it God. We're going within there to access the already given gift of ask and you shall receive. It's already given, but we receive it by pressing the button called asking. Now, how do we ask? Well, we say, Creator, Father, Mother, God, please heal the divide within me. Get to the root core cause of the separation within me around this particular issue or with this particular person. Collapse the charge in the ancestral lineage. Collapse the charge in my past lives. Collapse the charge from what I've done here in this lifetime with this person, causing more trouble. And cause us to be into that state where some of our hosts were saying, where we can be at one and at peace, even when they are expressing a different opinion. And we can do this every moment. This is available to us moment by moment by moment. Ask and you shall receive. Notice the dysfunction in the brain. Notice the charge in the body. Ask. Thank you, God, for helping me clear this charge right now. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. There's numerous, endless techniques, which I and others, many, many others have come up with and brought through to do this healing. And you may have some of your own. It's just a matter of us reminding ourselves and one another to utilize them, and that you literally, it's at hand. The queendom of heaven is at hand. Where's your hand? Oh, it's right here. It's on your body. It's always with you. You have access to this healing in every single moment of every single day. So as the game ramps up here on the checkerboard, we would be wisely guided to begin to learn how to access our healing potential in every single moment, as well as taking time out in our week and in our day to do that inner work, which will help us to clean the junk from the trunk, to clear out the samskarat residue, which has caused the big polar opposite battle to occur, causing this experience of a painful divide. Okay. And so in order to do that, in order to access that healing and do that, we've got to be paying attention. So enter the beautiful deer here, beautiful deer mama, who has to pay attention to take care of her kids and to be in the woods and to know where the predators are and know what's going on, how to protect herself and her kids. And so she's got to pay attention. And so not out of a paranoia or a fear, but just out of an expanded awareness. And one of the ways of having this expanded awareness, which I was taught in my 20s when I went to Tom Brown's tracker school, actually, was to notice the difference between your very pointy, sharp looking at something and a softening to where you're looking at something, but you've also got your peripheral vision going. And just being able to shift from a pointy focus to a focus that includes a peripheral vision is going to help us calm our nervous system in the moment. Because if something has triggered us and we're looking at it with a beeline target, it's going to cause us to have more of a reaction. That's kind of a tangent here, but it's an important one, I think. But basically, so there's that medicine coming through from the deer here too right now. Like let's pay attention to how we are seeing things physically with our eyeballs, like not only just mentally, but what's our body doing? What are our eyeballs doing? Are they pointy and sharp and focused and annoyed? Or are they soft and all encompassing? And do our eyeballs also include that listening, these ears, to where we're centered and grounded? Now, the truth is what we're paying attention for also is whether we have a charge arise. So in order to access healing, we've got to be aware, okay, I'm having a charge right now. Like what that person just said is so far different from what I believe and what I think is right that I'm burning in my chest right now. Anybody feel that? Ever? So anyway, what we need to do is embrace that burn. Actually, we're going to embrace the burn in order to heal it, but we've got to be aware that we're having the burn in the first part. To even get there, to even slow ourselves down enough, we've got to have had those listening ears on to know, oh my God, I'm triggered right now. Or, oh my God, I'm sad right now. Or, oh my God, something's not right. I'm heading in the wrong direction. I need to adjust course. If we can slow down, stay in the heart, and open that peripheral vision, we're going to be much better at paying attention in the moment, which is absolutely crucial here. And, which leads us to clearing the subconscious mind. And the butterfly is our guide for clear. The butterfly typically means in symbolism, it's indicating the subconscious mind. And as we've all probably studied to certain degrees, the subconscious mind is the repository of the material that then imprints out into our experience of reality as what is and what happens to us, and the patterns that recur, and how our family life is or was, and how our relationships then are similar to that, and how we keep attracting the same types of people, same types of situations. And some of them are painful and some of them are great. So you can program the subconscious mind for awesome stuff, but there can also get to be snags in there that are not awesome that we want to clear. And so that butterfly is guiding us to know, to the knowledge that as we've paid attention and asked for healing, what we're actually doing is clearing the subconscious mind of any old debris. So let's say with your mind that it's good to be loving, but in your experience, you've gotten hurt before, and there's a kickstart reaction anytime somebody says a certain trigger word, and all of a sudden you're angry and you're yelling at them or something, or vice versa. Maybe they're yelling at you. The trigger is not conscious. It's happening because something happened in the past that is similar, and now it's brought forward, and you're now immersed in it again, and you're like, oh my God, how do I get out of this? And then you judge yourself. Like, let's say, I'm not going to imprint that on you, but there are times when we have done this, each of us, and maybe we have also judged ourselves for doing it, for having a subconscious trigger, but then it feels out of control because we don't know how it got in there or what it is or how to stop it. But there are ways to clear it and stop it. And that is called clearing the subconscious mind. It's called clearing the samskaric residue. It's called clearing karma. It's called energy healing. It's called soul clearing. There's numerous modalities for doing this, numerous, too many to list here. And, pick your flavor, use the one that works with you. But we're going to clear the subconscious mind of the debris and the old samskaric residue and the patterns that cause that pattern to repercuss and that cause that trigger to arise. And we can do it. We're remembering here in this presentation, we're remembering that we can do it in the moment, that we have access to healing in every now moment. As we move forward, as things get intense, we're going to need that superpower of clearing the subconscious in the moment. And so there's some tools and techniques that allow you to do it very, very quickly. EFT, there's a new technique that I'm working with. There's the techniques I've been working with people. There's all kinds of techniques, but let's just know that what we're going to do is we're going to clear the subconscious in the moment to collapse the charge. But we can't really do that unless we take responsibility for the charge in us. If we're still in the mode of projecting the charge out onto the situation or the person, then we've basically just given our power away to something outside of us, and there's actually nothing outside of us. The truth is, we're all one within the container of wholeness and oneness, source consciousness, through the expression of the avatar that we're living as. And so when we start to comprehend who we are and how this is actually working, we retrieve our power back from the outer world that we ourselves gave to it. We don't have to ask for it back and have it given. We claim it within ourselves. And that's part of clearing the subconscious mind, because one of the big beliefs in the subconscious mind is that we're a victim and that we're being perpetrated on, and it's not that those things haven't happened. They absolutely have happened. So we're not saying it didn't happen. We weren't saying that that wasn't a real experience. We weren't saying those people didn't do that. They absolutely did. This is what we co-created over eons of time. Somehow, some way, we don't even know the full mystery of how we got ourselves into this extreme of a situation where there seem to be perpetrators and victims and, you know, attacks and orchestrations on large levels and all these things, right? So if we are willing to take our own responsibility for our part of it, what happens is we get our power back. So it's not making the others wrong. It's not making them right either. It's not saying that all that was okay. It's saying, wow, I want what I want. And what I want is healing. What I want is power. What I want is strength. What I want is to stand in the cauldron of my own pillar of light and show up in earth as a master and more masterful every day. And so in order to do that, I take my responsibility. That means I also need to feel the burn when the charge is collapsing within me. So it's a bit humbling, but the humility is different from humiliation. It's not, we don't have to let it be humiliating when we self-correct ourselves and we clear something that's arising in our own consciousness. We don't have to let it be embarrassing or humiliating, but it may feel humbling. It's like, oh, wow, me too. Gosh, I'm also running these patterns. Look at that. There it is in me. I can't deny it anymore. I can't run. I can't hide. It's like, yes, that reflection is happening in the outer world. And wow, I see how my emotional energy, the energy of creation, is powering that experience, that slideshow, because of the emotional energy and the charge, the electrical charge, the battery that's still running in me around that topic. So we go to the 0 point by collapsing the charge in ourselves. And in order to do that, we've got to feel the burn. Sometimes it's going to literally feel like a spiritual fire burning something out when we finally stop throwing the hot potato to the other. And we take it and we say, oh, this potato is very hot. Okay, yep, that's hot. It's my potato. I'm going to feel it. I'm going to let it cool down here. And then it literally works its way out of the nervous system precisely and physically and exactly. And there's many techniques, somatic techniques and other techniques to do that. And this is where we're talking about cleaning, healing trauma, because a lot of these subconscious blockages, patterns, feelings of fear, feelings of separation and resentment are coming from a trauma that happened that did not get resolved. Trauma is one of the big ways that those kinds of things get in there. And so again, we're taking responsibility, even if somebody else perpetrated a trauma on us because of a pattern we had with them or that they had and that we somehow rendezvoused with, which we don't know the ins and outs of, because it could have been from our ancestors, it could have been from our past lives, it could have been from this life, it could have been from some other dimension, that we had a buildup in our template that caused them to come into our reality, right? So now we're taking responsibility. It's like, I don't want that anymore. I'm going to clean it. Hope that makes sense. I'd love to hear any questions or comments about that. And it's a huge body of work, and it's actually part of, it's a 1/3 of the part of my life's work, which includes this clearing work, along with then the manifesting into the right direction where you actually want to go. So in order to do this level of deep personal spiritual work and have our awareness in the now moment, always going, in these times where divide and conquer is a pattern that has been trying to be perpetrated here, that we've been a part of somehow, we've got caught into it, you know, we've played into it, we've helped build it through our emotions through a lack of knowledge. We've got to have strength for this. We've got to have inner resources. We've got to have taken the time to build our inner resources, and we can start right now if we feel depleted. So anywhere that we feel depleted, where we haven't squirreled away enough nuts, this squirrely guy is helping us. Remember, we got to squirrel away our nuts. We got to save some energy for ourselves. We got to save the energy of time for ourselves. We got to save the energy of money for ourselves. We got to save the energy of space for ourselves. We've got to take care of our physical body. We've got to take care of our energy, our mental, emotional, spiritual bodies. We've got to acknowledge that we're having an emotional challenge. You know, we've got to acknowledge that we need to build up a little more. Sometimes we got to just stop right? We got to stop and reassess our situation. Do I have the resources I need to move forward properly with strength, with enough inner strength, mental strength, emotional strength, spiritual strength to actually do the awareness work, the inner healing work, to be grounded in my body, to move forward, not causing damage anymore, not perpetuating the divide, but to be aware enough to where I catch myself in the act of triggers and charges and projecting, and I stop myself and I regroup. That all takes energy. So it's really an invitation to step in, step up, step back, ground down, open the heart, expand your aura all around your beautiful body, mind, spirit complex, and give yourself the energy of love from your heart to fill that body, mind, spirit complex every day, and to let go of any old energies, thought forms, buildup that doesn't serve us anymore, and to reconnect, to go to the forest, to go to the beach, to go to nature, to replenish our reserves. And by replenishing our reserves, we can better meet these times as healers, light warriors, people who care, heart-centered beings, whatever you identify with or call yourself in this time, just a man or a woman of honor, of great desire for the healing of all beings and the healing of the planet. This is a beautiful role to have, however it's reflecting in the outer world. How do we take care and nurture ourselves and build our inner resources so that we have the capacity to deal with the seemingly increasing intensity that's happening in this game board as the pressure builds with this idea of conflict, right? Because our job is to rise above. Our job is to collapse the charge of the two poles, right? The two columns. There's a word for it in it's like the words for the pillar is known in the ancient mystery schools. I'm not going to say them here, but just think of this as two pillars with a roof. Our job is to actually go to the roof, to get on the roof. So when we're on the roof, we're in that vantage point of the wholeness and oneness of creation, looking at the play of light and dark, of in and out, of up and down, of positive and negative, of yin and yang, of masculine and feminine, watching the Leela and the Maya and the illusion play itself out, knowing that this whole reality here has an illusory quality to it, even though it's a very real experience. And we start practicing the things like non-attachment, unconditional love, non-judgment, and all these types of things, which are very, very important components of being able to rise above to the roof and see the whole thing from a higher vantage point instead of getting all caught up in it. And we need inner resources to do that. So yes, I invite everyone to right here, right now, make a commitment, if you feel so called, to taking your building of your own inner resources and your own capacity to comprehend, your own capacity to, it's almost like withstand, but it's kind of like building a strong aura where your personal little God avatar aura here is so strong that you can, when the mud starts to be flung, it starts to turn into roses, like Buddha sitting there with Lord Maya flinging the arrows at him. We're in that peace and that equanimity through our heart. We have the literal physical photonic strength in our plasmic wonderful aura to turn those negativities into beauty as they come towards us. And of course, what this will lead to is more and more being able to be patient with ourselves and others as these differences arise. So of course, we have this beautiful little snail here helping us to remember that, it doesn't really matter how fast you go. You just be where you are and do one thing at a time, and you just glide your way in every now moment. With those inner resources, we have the energy to be patient. Our nervous system isn't as much on edge. We have the literal energetic resources to be patient with ourselves and others. We have the understanding and the comprehension, the very high level inner knowledge and gnosis of comprehension to be patient with ourselves. We're not judging ourselves and lashing out ourselves. Or if we do, we're like, oh, well, there was that old pattern again. I just called myself a this, that, or the other thing. It's like, oh, I don't think I want to do that anymore. So we stop, we ask, Creator, please help me to change that pattern of calling myself names. I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want to do that to others. I don't want to do it to myself. It's a downgraded vibration. It's part of the divide and conquer pattern. I don't want any part of it. Thank you for helping me forgive and love myself for however I got caught up in that. Thank you for helping me clean it now. So be it, so it is, done, 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 done. Really, it's as simple as that. In the moment, if we're paying attention and noticing it's happening, and if we have the energy resources in order to make that command in the moment, and to be patient with ourselves and others as we move through this process. So patience is a absolutely beautiful thing to have when it's coming from the heart. And as we become patient with ourselves, then it's easier to become patient with others because our compassion is going to grow. We start to realize not only have we been going through these things, these challenges, these inner challenges, this inner process, but the others have as well. And even though they're showing up under-resourced right now and their nervous system is on overdrive and they just tried to fling some mud at me, I understand why they did it. They didn't do it because they're a bad person. They're originally innocent just like me. So Creator, Father, Mother, God, Holy Spirit, please help me to forgive this person for not knowing who they are in this moment. They know not who they are, Creator. Please help me forgive them completely and their ancestors and relatives for whatever the ancestral lineage had happened to it that caused them to show up that way. Please help me forgive them in other lifetimes for whatever they did that they've now forgotten or didn't do that caused them to show up that way. Please help me forgive me. Please help me forgive my ancestral lineage for whatever happened to cause me to show up and have this mirror, this experience right now. Please help us forgive one another. Please help us forgive ourselves. Please help us love one another. Please help us love ourselves. And now we've just done the beautiful Ho'oponopono, and we are literally cleaning. It's so simple. These things are so basic, like a snail in the woods, but they're so, when we become present, we can realize the potency of the magic of simple things like that deep forgiveness called Ho'oponopono, and that deep beauty of getting still enough to be patient with ourselves and others. Absolutely magical, absolutely powerful. Let's not underestimate the power of these things. And yes, along with our compassion, we need discernment. We absolutely do require discernment. We've got to be aware. As we're becoming more aware, we're aware of where we are on the game board. It's like, okay, we're in 2022 Earth. There's some activity going on of a non-aligned nature. There's a situation. We've got stuff going on that's still in the mix of this duality consciousness. Let's be discerning. It doesn't mean we don't love someone. It doesn't mean we don't appreciate them. It doesn't mean we don't see who they are as a soul, but we learn how to be wise enough to choose not to get in the way of the bus anymore. It's like, let's step out of the street and let that bus go by. Instead of, being in the way, instead of being in harm's way or in the way of, like, agree with your enemies when you are in the way with them, right? Like, is it really worth the argument right now? If you know that person is under-resourced and tangled up and has a really strong opinion, maybe that's not something you need to go in and try to wrestle to the ground in that moment, unless you feel like getting in the mud pit with them, And the little fox here is very wise and is showing us how to learn discernment without judgment. So one of my earliest teachings from one of my teachers in my 20s was the difference between judgment and discernment. So we're making what is it called? I can't remember the word, semantic. Yeah, a semantic distinction here. So this is semantics. It's not ultimate meaning or truth, but semantically, I'm telling you, judgment in what I'm talking about is the more negative pole of like judging somebody and making them wrong and hating them making them bad, and doing that thing which causes us to be in a state of inner division inside of ourselves, because the other and self are one. Discernment is, I'm aware of what's going on. I'm aware of how I feel in this environment, and I'm going to take action on it to take care of myself, because it's going to take too much energy for me to deal with it. It's going to deplete my resources. It's not going to be healthy for me. It's not going to be good for me to go over here right now. I love that person. They're an eternal soul. They're having their experience, but that's not experience. I've come to realize that they're not changing right now to keep up with me to where that would be a healthy thing for me to do. So that's when we walk away, or we decide what we can talk about with that person, or we keep loving them and we shift the conversation. Sometimes there are very important things we do need to wrestle to the ground, and we do need to debate about, and we do need to confront directly. So that's part of our discernment, is to know how to approach each situation. Is it worth my time and energy in this moment to have that conversation with this person? Is it going to bear good fruit? And we can simply literally ask Creator, is it wise for me to have this conversation right now? We start getting the awareness. Is that wise? Okay, maybe not. Next, let me have with Creator, how can I shift away from this without causing a big fuss? Okay, then you get that download. And this is how we roll. We learn discernment on every level. And discernment truly is, what's mine to do? What is mine to do? I'm discerning, how do I best use my resources to be a positive input into this situation and to help others come along onto the roof. It's like, let's climb. How do I throw a rope down from the roof, from the mountaintop, so others can also get up here? But each other is also, God in the body, is also the avatar of Creator in form, in forgetfulness, not knowing that, mostly on the journey. They're the little buck or the little doe on the path too, and they need an opportunity to go through enough experience to where they come to these conclusions that you've already come to, possibly sometimes. So we can respect where they are in their learning and what they need in their soul's growth. It's not easy seeing people go through suffering and pain and making bad mistakes that hurt them. It's not easy. It's really hard. We can wish them well. We can pray for them. We can imagine the best for them. We can do whatever we feel called with our own inner knowing and inner resources that's correct for us to do and offer in any given moment. And sometimes people got to go through their own lessons. They got to get bonked around in the playground sometimes in order to decide they don't want to do that anymore, and why that happened in the first place, and start asking. Their knowledge path, their wisdom path is going to come from them asking. So that's why it's good to ask them questions. Maybe sometimes all we really need to do is ask them a question. How are you feeling right now? And if they're really all charged up about an issue and you're trying not to get in a fight, well, how are you feeling? I really, just help them just for you to start the charge, reflect it back to them so they can start the self-reflection process and be like, wow, I'm not really feeling very good. And that, that may be all you need to do in that moment, is ask that one question. Maybe it's easy. Maybe it's easier than we think, but this is wisdom. Asking questions is wisdom. Learning discernment is wisdom. Noticing that others are in a growth path and they need their time and space to make their decisions and find their inner way. That's wisdom. And that's discernment. With all thy getting, get thee wisdom. I believe that was Shakespeare. It's like, it's like, God, yeah, $1 million would be awesome, but you know what I really need is some wisdom right now. Would you please help me with that? That's what I really need. It's like, hey, we can have it all. We can have both. We can have everything. And without wisdom and without love, which wisdom is contained in, what is it all worth anyway? Like, we're here to grow ourselves in wisdom and remember the heart of love from which we came as we do so. Okay, so now we've come full circle. We're up on top of the mountain there. The wolf is always going and bringing medicine going out and finding the medicine and then bringing it back to the people. I identify with the wolf. The wolf is my core little animal medicine being. I love the wolf energy. It's helping us learn how to be true leaders. And when we're a true leader, we're leading ourselves correctly, first and foremost. We're leading from within. We're leading ourselves on this path of what we might call, for lack of a better word, righteousness, the path of what is correct for us in every moment, in keeping our connection to our body, mind, spirit complex, to the source within ourselves, to the knowledge that all our brothers and sisters are all our relations, to the knowledge of what happens, how we impact the field when we show up. What happens to the field when we bring ourselves into the field? Are there attitudes, old beliefs, old thought, old energy, old tendencies that are impacting the field in a less than harmonious way? Let's address those. Let's, with love and innocence, take leadership of ourselves and start working on that. And then we become ready more and more as we do that to help others take their own leadership from within as well. You know, the old leadership models are power over, you know, top down, listen to this, you know, put all your power out to an authority, listen to them and do what they say, even if you don't feel like it's the right thing. That's not the positive leadership that we're talking about here. We're talking about relearning how to take leadership from within. And the masters and teachers and gurus and whoever else you want to talk about that is teaching these things and helping you, notice if they're helping you take leadership from within. That's going to be your key. Do you feel empowered in their presence? Do you feel more of you? Do you feel relief? Do you feel security? Do you feel safety? Do you feel wonderful? Do you start feeling like you love yourself? Do you start feeling like you're going to have more empowerment? That's how you know you're in the presence of a leader who cares about you and who knows the truth. And they're not, you know, anytime that we can start noticing the difference between ego and source operating in ourselves, being humble enough to take ownership of that when it does arise, noticing it playing out in others without judgment, but with discernment. This is the kind of leadership that's going to help us navigate through these really wild times that we're in. Okay. And this, oops, we got another discernment in there. Let's see, what are we doing? Trying to get, oh, here we are. So here's some different types of leadership that we all have the opportunity to step into more and more each day here. We already talked about taking leadership of ourselves, primary, yeah, every day, all of us as leaders, as individuals, as heart-centered people. How do we take leadership of ourselves, of our businesses, of our lives, of our families, of our homes? And then asking how we can help others. Like, how can we really help this situation? What kind of leadership is needed from me, if any, to help this situation, whatever situation it is, at home, at work, in relationships? And how can I do that with empowering, while empowering others, not top dogging them, not top downing them, but lifting them up? And if we do notice ourselves taking leadership aggressively and kind of being the top dog, like, that's just more grist for the mill. That's just more, wow, look, I really just did that. Look at that. Let me take leadership of myself now and clean that up. So as I go back out to lead, now I can be even more actually helpful, right? How can I show up for myself, and how can I show up for others in a way that is balanced and harmonious and coming from that desire to lift everybody up the mountain, coming from that willingness to take responsibility and heal ourselves, even if it feels humbling, you know, taking leadership of not falling into the pattern of humiliation and arrogance, but instead humility and confidence. So these teachings bring us into a state of humility, but also a state of confidence. Because now we know the playing field, we know what we're working with, we know what the job is. The job is to create the most amazing pillar of light. Like somebody was saying earlier, sweep your own porch. If we all took responsibility for our own pillar of light and show up through guidance, asking how we can help in the situation, if we really feel called, showing fully up for ourselves, showing fully up for others, showing fully up for our world, for our situation. Now we're really cooking with steam. And we can all use the power of leadership from within, of visualizing the outcomes that we desire on the planet. Let's imagine together a world of masters, a world of awakened beings. Each one has gone through this process, this alchemical transmutation. They've had whatever experiences that they've needed to break open their heart in the most loving way and to open them up and to get them the wisdom and the knowledge from within and to start getting them asking questions, right? It's like they're going to have to go through their process no matter what. Let's visualize the outcome where they've done that. We're all on the mountain together. We're all celebrating together. We've all gone through. We've cleaned the junk from the trunk. We've cleaned the lineages. We've cleaned our past lives. We've cleaned our personality quirks that were no longer serving us. We've lifted ourselves up, and here we are on top of the mountain having this amazing party. Like, let's imagine that. You know, I invite you to imagine that in whatever way you feel and be creative with it. And maybe there's more things you want to imagine about your world healed, and be in the energy of that. Now, when we're imagining and visualizing, we want to be literally experiencing it as if we're on the hologram, as if it's real right now. We want to see through our own eyes, be in our own body, so that we get to show up at the party physically in that experience. And we want to feel the feelings of what it feels like. These feelings of ours, these emotions are the powerhouse. If we go back to the beginning of the polar unity, of the mother and father engine of creation, that's our emotive energy, our photonic energy, our plasmic energy, our life force energy that creates worlds, literally. So let's recreate the world in our image through a daily process of feeling, visualization, intent, prayer, manifesting, law of attraction, whatever you want to call it. Just do it for yourself, for your community, for your world, for your family, for your businesses, for your life, for your health, for your wealth, for your wisdom. You can ask for all these things. You can visualize and feel all these things. So now we're proactively moving into our place of leadership from within. It's a leadership that comes from our source and from our heart, being impulsed and impelled to move because of what's now in our subconscious mind, which is more harmony, less of these patterns. A visualization of a healed world is now driving us from within our subconscious mind. We're going to be compelled to act according to bringing that forward and our part in it. We got this, guys. We got this. I hope this is helpful. I'm having so much fun talking to you today. Another thing, one of my early teachers, the same person, Kinja, said, never give up on yourself. Do you know that I have never forgotten that statement, and I offer it to you as well. I offer it to myself again and to all of us. Never give up on yourself. No matter how crazy it seems, trying to sort through all these patterns, never give up on yourself. We got this. We're going there. Ain't no two ways about it. So be it, so it is. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for showing up.
Beautiful presentation, Sharaya. Incredible. And it's inevitable. Never give up on yourself, because it's inevitable. We're in this upliftment in consciousness, and no matter what, there's light at the end of the tunnel. We just need to keep moving towards it, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you again. So let's open it up to the panel, because we want to go right into Joan here, but I want to give everybody just 1 minute just to kind of debrief on what we just received from Sharaya. Shofar, you want to chime in here?
For sure. So first off, I love what you were saying about the difference between the semantics of discernment and judgment. I often like to use similar, judgment and condemnation. So for me, I don't want to condemn anyone, but I do want my white blood cells to judge, that's an intruder in the body right now. That don't belong in the body. Or the same thing, that idea does not belong in my consciousness, So I love that you used that semantic difference with discernment and judgment. And then the other thing is the two forms of vision, the pointedness one, but we can see the beautiful, our beautiful sister and brother hawks and kestrels and stuff, or falcons, when they only use that one and they see the rabbit across the highway, but then they get hit because they weren't in a space of being able, in that moment, they had switched their vision over to the pointedness, right? But then there's also the other type of vision where that when they're up high, that they can see the whole thing. And it's being able to know which vision to use at what time. So I love that you spoke to that.
Beautiful. And yeah, that's what you just said is a perfect representation of semantics, the notion of semantics, because I defined my terms knowing that others might define those terms slightly differently. So when we go to the meaning of what someone's trying to say, rather than being attached to the words too sharply, that'll really help us.
Joan, you want to jump in? You're muted though.
I loved your presentation, Sharaya. I love that you did a PowerPoint because it was very powerful in leading us to the energies that you were conveying. So it was just extraordinary, the innocence, starting even with our innocence and taking us to the fact that no, you can't be lost. You'll never be lost. We will always find our way home. So I just was with you every step of the way.
So
And
glad.
love your consciousness. It's just amazing. You know, I get to work with you now, so I see the administrator in you. I see your 3D brilliance, you know? And then today I see your super consciousness that just brings it through to us sometimes in a 3D way. Yes, amazing. Thank you.
Pleasure.
So incredible, Sharaya. You always nail it. And I think if you look, I would invite you to consider going back to the chat and looking at how inspired everyone was by each one of your points. I was taking notes, and I have to admit, I've got a really full day today, and I was getting pulled away, and I would come back and write on my notes and take notes of every single one of your slides so that I have each point all the way through 9. Never give up on yourself. Something I found really interesting, the way the universe works. I love how you incorporated the animals and feeling the elementals and bringing us back to that space that is so natural for us, so organic. When we're being bombarded with a lot of energy towards technology and conversations about AI, and you brought us back to the simplicity of Earth. And Earth is our mother Earth, and how we're her children. And so are all these animals. And I really appreciated that part. What I wanted to share that I thought was interesting was on slide 2, accessing healing. I was sitting here and my email dinged in, and it was an email from Jonathan Goldman that talked about healing. Right as you said, accessing healing, Jonathan Goldman said, healing with tuning forks, healing with sound, you know, and I thought, wow, this is really interesting to see how spirit communicates with us when we're open and we just listen and we go back to that innocent, childlike state of wonder of it all. So again, you knocked my socks off. My hairs on my arms are standing straight up. My heart is just pounding. And I thank you so, so much. I needed this today. I really did. And I think a lot of people here are feeling the same way.
My honor and my great pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting me and having me.
Beautiful. Michelle, I got the same email.
At the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
I just made a decision. I want to learn tuning forks too, which is so you're reminding
There you go. So I want to, I took notes as well, because just what you were saying is just so on point. Like just a few of the components that you said, just to kind of be concise with what I want to share here. And then I want to do a poem, because I realize I have a lot of unity consciousness poems. So why don't we drop some poetry in here, then we'll go into Joan. But clearing the subconscious, right? That's so important. Like when I've gone to the 10-day silent meditations, multiple times, Vipassana, after quiet and darkness and meditation for so long, the subconscious mind connects to your conscious mind. And all of a sudden, all these traumas, all these experiences, all these memories start bleeding into your conscious mind to be processed. Right. So we've programmed all of these things in our mind, which some are good habits, some are ones that maybe aren't really good for ourselves and for others. So what would happen if we program that at an early age to maybe mitigate certain traumas, right? You can't take away all traumas from people. Sometimes, it's in our destiny and our karma to actually experience certain things, but to really clear that out so that we can process it. And in Vipassana, there's like, when you go beyond the teachings of what they teach at the meditation retreat, is they say that you process your entire life through your subconscious mind into your conscious mind until it's processed, and then you start going into your past lives, because that's all locked up there as well. And that's what Buddha did. It was the technique, Vipassana. So he went through timeline after timeline, life after life, processing things by unlocking and clearing the subconscious mind. So that's just extremely powerful, that you started out with that. And also wanted to say discernment, like why knowing, we've had so many conversations, right, Sharaya, about discernment and all this information out there and disinfo and all that. And really we need to look into, why do we have our belief systems? Is it based on some sort of trauma, some emotional reaction, something that happened to us? Are we coming from a place of neutrality and meditation when we have a certain belief about something? Because a lot of times we convince ourselves we're being discerning about things, but really locked in our subconscious minds of these patterns or these things that occurred to us that influence the way we just make decisions, and that's okay. It's just being aware of where things come from is really the beginning process, right? So I just wanted to add that to what you said. I love everything you share, Sharaya. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, and then also taking leadership of yourself. That's beautiful, like taking leadership of ourselves. We're all sovereign beings. We're going from the age of the guru, where we had avatars because we were so lost in amnesia, to the age of the self-guru, where we have the information within us and it's time to unlock it. How are we all going to be sovereign individuals? We got to take leadership of our own lives and full responsibility of it. So yes to everything. All right. So everybody, I'm going to share a poem here. I thought this would be a good one because it's called Duality. And then I'm going to go right into introducing Joan of Angels after this. And I'm going to repost the schedule in a moment here so you guys know what to expect for the rest of the day. I'm just going to take a deep breath really quick. I wrote this poem 20 years ago. I was 19. It's okay if sometimes you see darkness. Just remember it teaches us what light is and how much we miss it when the absence of presence, eternal resting place for all the aquatic bodies. I am every and no body. I know everything and nothing at all. I am hate and I am love, fear and trust, pain and bliss, love and lust, sex and a kiss. I am what has been seen, what will always be, what will never become, the slumber of delirium. I am the illusion of reality that we think that we are in. I am the confusion of duality of war when no one truly wins. I am the pollution of intellect and youth, where all we believe we do is sin. I am the fusion of like-minded souls who together will transcend. I am spirituality and organized religion. I am the perception of consciousness manifesting to this dimension. I am the lesson, transcend fear and aggression, achieve ascension. I am the new world order. I am the world full of borders, testing my commitment to the recycled universe. I am loyal and I have betrayed, lied, killed, pillaged, loved and tortured, hated, lusted, trusted, incarnated and nurtured. All experiences in this universe. You and I, we are all of this. I am the perfect circle, split by the white light and twisted to form the infinite. You see, you and I am all of this. And we are all that is.
Wow, that's beautiful. Yes, we are who we are. We are where we are what we are. We embrace it, we love it, we face it, we heal it, and so be it.
So be it.
Yay. That's bars right there, bro. I love it.
Thanks, brother. All right. So let's,
you.
my pleasure, Michelle. Thank you so much. All right, so let's get into our next guest, everyone. We're going to get into Joan of Angels, intuitive guide, oracle, spiritual luminary, broadcaster, best-selling author, and visionary artist, is best known for the messages and art she brings forth. Using intuitive skills, she offers wisdom, clarity, and a deeper understanding of living a healthy and vibrant life by awakening your unique gifts and skills to achieve your dreams and manifest them into reality. Her work allows the leaders within you to emerge and removes lifetimes of obstacles and challenges. In 2013, she was guided to paint 33 angels in 30 days, thus launching her work as an artist and a channel for these divine angelic beings to assist humanity. She's an intuitive and soul mastery coach, mentor, and works with people who feel the call to awaken to their best self. The Soul Awakening Sessions and the Soul Mastery Signature Coaching Program is for all those who need support, guidance, structure, and the inner tools to discover their best selves, let go of what holds them back, and move forward with courage, grace, and ease. But beyond all of that, she is one of my best friends. She has been one of the biggest contributors to me working through my stuff, right? And helping me be centered to do this work that I'm doing here right now. It's like, if it's somebody who where does Neil turn in order to get healed so that he can come and continue doing this work? Joan of Angels is definitely one of those people in my life. And not only that has really become a huge part of Portal's Ascension, just like Sharaya has with producing events with me and helping and assisting us just up-leveling everything to another level, and being that reminder for me when I get lost or confused or lonely or stuck, really helping me shift and realizing my true mission. And she's not just done that for me, she does that for the world as she brings in these angelic beings and just is a beautiful beacon of light on this planet at this time. So I'm just so grateful to really call her one of my really true friends. And Joan of Angels, everybody.
So thank you, Neil. I want everyone to know I have my new email address, joan@portaltoascension.org, and I am actually officially announcing it because it's true. Ever since I met Neil and started working with Portal to Ascension, occasionally as a speaker and then helping to do events, I have always felt that we are on this strong ascension path collectively, collaboratively, and every Portal to Ascension event, I literally get the download that I am with all of you. We are crossing over from Earth. We're walking on the platform, the landing station. We're going up to this amazing, immense ship, so vast, and we each have a seat with our name on it because we've done this for so many lifetimes. And I'm probably willing to go on record and saying many of us have come down here together on that ship. Yes, and this is the first time I have seen that in that vision that, yes, so many of us came down here together. All of you who are on this ascension pathway of which we are so blessed to be a part of, because can you imagine if you were on the other pathway, the one that's the lower negative energies? You don't want to be there. And so we've deliberately come down here knowing that we were coming down to the planet, which is a hot mess, hotter mess than we even really bargained for, that we knew how to handle. And it is for our poor 3D consciousnesses, it appears real and beyond distress is what I'm going to say at this moment. So guys, I am Joan of Angels. And over the last few years ago, I was named in 2015 when I came to the desert at a busy breakfast cafe. I'm meeting this new woman, Robin, and she looks at me and she says, "What did you say your name was again?" And I started to say, "Well, I'm Joan Hangarter, Dr. Hangarter." And she said, just like that. And the room went pitch quiet, like being in a movie, time stood still. And I heard her, she said, "I know who you are. You're Joan of," and I heard Joan of Arc in the background. Then she said, "You're Joan of Angels." And I literally heard, the Hallelujah chorus, which thank God I hear when it's a confirmation for me. And that was an amazing event, and it triggered 7 years. And it's 7 years on June 1st that I was named Joan of Angels, that I came here to the desert. I know Jesus was in 7 weeks in the desert. It took me 7 years to know who I am. And 2 years ago, in the midst of the pandemic, July 2020, I was resonating to the concept that I was Joan of Angels. Now, to be anyone here on this planet, you must learn how to align your body, mind, and spirit to be who you are. And it's not who you think you are. It's not your ego. And so I had been very excitedly about being Joan of Angels, but it took me a long time to integrate it. So 2020 comes along, and now I'm saying, oh, I'm the only Joan of Angels on the internet and in the planet. Isn't that great? That's a little ego, just so you know. And suddenly, wasn't that long after, I got a wake-up call. And the wake-up call came from my guides, and they said, well, you know, Joan, you came down here for a mission. You're not the only one that's been assigned this mission. And if you don't want that mission, it's okay. You don't have to do this mission, Joan. But if you want to continue being in that Joan of Angel frequency, that Joan of Archangel energy, that is that higher dimensional consciousness, 14 dimensional and above, this is what you signed up for. Are you ready? And so that took me quite by aback. And I spent much time going back down. It's like being angel slapped, okay? Getting back down into my grounding and remembering why I was actually named Joan of Arc, Joan of Angels, which is to hold the truth of light, to hold the consciousness of light, like Neil said, to remind each and every one of you of who you are, why you are here, and the importance of remembering this. So the truth is, light workers have been attacked across the planet. And anyone who identifies as a light worker has been targeted across the planet to be taken out, because the light workers themselves came down here and said, we are going to get our consciousness so high that when the SHIT hits the FAN, we will be the ones that save the planet, because we know how to connect interdimensionally. We know how to connect to source. We know the truth of all that is. And so we all came down here together. We were a huge family, a tribe that knew that we were living here for more than just ourselves, a tribe that knew we had a purpose and a mission, which was to raise the light frequency here for each and every one of us in this reminder of what? Of not just your personal ascension, but the ascension of the entire planet and every one of the beings that are in this planet, as above, so below, every sentient being, every rock, every twig, every insect. Globally, this planet is meant to ascend collectively. And actually, if you have read the Guardians of the Looking Glass, you will know that they have talking about the timeline, the two timelines. Well, I talk about the two timelines coming together and the ascension pathway being so strong that anything that any of those outside of us that generated this division would fade away, because our consciousness is becoming so strong. So in the history of our planet and in the history of ourselves, well, let's go back to ourselves first, because as every speaker here has said, it is ourselves that will make the difference. It is ourselves that need to learn to stand strong. It is ourselves that need to learn to beam that light, to literally put a globe right here, that is going in 360 degrees, so that you become not just a receiver of light energy, celestial consciousness, fifth dimension and higher frequency consciousness, but you become a transmitter, because that's what's meant when we say to raise our vibrational frequency. It means we take our energy up from that lower level. And I know that many of you had challenges. I have had challenges. And honestly, the path I walked on before I found spirituality, before I moved into an ashram when I was 25, and before I became a therapist, and before I became a healer, all before in the past, before I was awoken, had I continued that path that many of us are programmed to be on, I wouldn't be here now. So this path of awakening that we're discussing is critical in our development, because each awakening point literally shifts your DNA so that you are no longer in that lower frequency vibration, and that you move up towards the levels of courage, of discernment, of love, of forgiveness, of healing, of being capable of being a transmitter of light consciousness, because when we do that, we heal the planet. We heal thousands of people around us. We heal the consciousness as an avatar could when you get to those higher frequencies, healing millions of souls. And each and every one of you has that potential and is in fact encoded when you say yes to your destiny. So what is saying yes to your destiny? Well, saying yes to your destiny is that art of remembering, which is what I do in my soul awakening sessions, which is what I do when I help remind you that you came down here eons ago as part of a tribe. Many of you were on the ship Portal to Ascension. I will paint that soon. But you came down here not alone. You came down here with a collective group, knowing that in 2020 and beyond, the planetary shift would be so great that you yourself would be going, heck, what did I sign up for? Oh my God. So you can believe when my guides reminded me that I actually signed up to be a leader here on the planet, to be an energy representative of Joan of Arc and Joan of Angels, to heal and lead and guide no matter what was happening around me. I said yes, because I knew the alternative. And so for you guys to start to remember that you are part of this grand collective that came here to help shift the consciousness of the planet and hold it steady by raising your vibrational frequency and meeting all of us who are collectively on the path with you, so we have such a strong frequency of remembering, then what can happen? Well, number one, self-forgiveness. Holy moly, you don't know the whole picture. Our 5D bodies at any moment could take you out of your fifth dimensional consciousness because it was made to do that. Your 3D body was designed for you to learn how to navigate it and learn how to maneuver it as if it's a outer shell that doesn't really belong to you. Now, how did I get my consciousness? Well, you know, guys, one of the people I work with is Avon, my tall white. And the moment I found Avon, which happened to be at Neil's very first live Portal to Ascension conference, who knew that 12 years ago, I met him 12 years ago, actually, in 2012, who knew that now I'd be celebrating with Avon and my new email address, joan@portaltoascension.org. Write it down, guys. Okay, so now, and that's raising the frequency as I even share that. So we came down here, we were assigned here, we chose, many of you are volunteers, and I am here to tell you that there is reward and hazard pay when we celebrate this ascension, not just of you, but of this collective and of our planet. When we are all back together again, yes, we will be on a grand celestial vacation amongst the galaxies because, and what else did they tell me? That we took hazard pay for it? Because yes, it's a dangerous job because we could forget our consciousness. We can completely forget when we're down here why we're here because it's a great movie. And if you're in the movie and you think it's real, then that's what's going to give it back to you. Until you do it, Avon taught me. So Avon, in his blessed consciousness, has really shown me part of how to step outside and look down at planet Earth from the celestial, the star beings. Now, if they were looking down here, again, they would say it's a hot mess. But guess what else they'd say? They'd say Earth is going through her ascension process, and each and every one of you are going through this grand initiation together, because from 2020 to 2030, we are in the grand initiation. Every word you say, you know that old song, every song you sing, every word you say, I'll be watching you. Well, that is true. It's true on many levels. It's true on the 3D world. We're being watched, but it's true on the higher dimensional planes. Our guides are always with us. Well, what do you think that means? That means they are watching us. They are protecting us. Our star friends, our families are always with us. I've been in different places where suddenly Avon will appear to me and say, turn left, in a physical presence, or he'll say, take me with you. My presence is required. So they are always with us, guiding us and helping us. And so when we step up into that higher consciousness, when we leave our body, or when we do a process I love to teach of when we put our roots down in the center of the earth, and we send our antenna that's up here all the way to the heavens, and we become like one, like my wand here, okay, with this roots going to the center of the earth, and this antenna going up to the heavens and going right through us. And as it goes through us, as we literally expand our consciousness, even 5 feet to begin with, feel it tingling up here, and then going up 10 feet, go up 20 feet, go up 200 feet, and feel yourself stretching actually to that midway point, and I think it might happen to be that firmament point, but feeling yourself even breaking free of any restrictions that keep us even bound here on the earth, poking up your head so that you're feeling and receiving that energy from above going through you. But let's look down here at planet Earth. And what do we see? We see a people and a races that have never, ever, or very rarely, we will not use the word never, because there have been civilizations that have lived at the highest frequencies, but actually their memories have been erased, so that we only see and remember that we've always been a part of a godlike species, of some kind of controllers, the Anunnaki who came down here, who created humanity. They created several different strains of humanity. They created one strain to be the worker bees, to be the slaves, to be the serfs who do not question. Well, who are those serfs? Well, some of them are prey to the programming that we talk about. They don't question. They've been taught not to question. Why? Because in their coding, when God told them, kill all of those people over here, smite my enemies, or I will personally kill you, that got encoded from the very beginning into your consciousness. And what does that provoke? Fear. Fear of being unique, fear of saying no, fear of stepping into our personal power, because it's not people that go to war, it's the governments that go to war, it's the outside forces. So the humanity itself, man, was a godlike being. So the Anunnaki strains also created those who sought to question. Enki, I think it was, wanted a different kind of spiritual being and created those who sought to question and ask questions of everything. And I know many of you came through on that strain, because I know that I did. But to question in those days, I will remind you, meant you could have lost your head. So the fear of staying silent, the fear of being unified in this higher consciousness was ingrained in your blood. And when we are repressed and broken as a society and as a people, and we don't have our memories of the glories that we've lived, we can be easily controlled and manipulated. And so for when that happens, yes, forgiveness is required, because that veil can happen in any moment in time. It could have happened millions of years ago, thousands of years ago. It could have happened yesterday, because it went right back through you, that flash of self-preservation. Oh my God, either I kill or I'll be killed. Either I attack or I'll be attacked. Either I'm in competition or I'll be competed against. And so we learn. But yet, we have another strain from the Anunnaki that were those who pretended, who were assigned to be the priests and the rulers, the ruling class that had that blue gene that says, I'm here to control you through these genes that I have, that came directly from the Anunnaki, or the priests and the religious people that were brought here to control us. And yet, each of you each of us as light bearers, because we came here, our primary mission is light bearing, especially in the times of darkness. And I am here today to remind you personally of how to carry that light. And actually, I have a class on my website that teaches you how to feel the power of the angels within your own sense of being, that you literally know that you walk with the power of the angelic ones, the ascended masters, and the star beings within your very being. We love you so much. We know that becoming strong is a process. Remembering who you are is a process of reminding ourselves every day, as Sharaya says, as Michelle says, as Brandon says. You know, we are not perfect. We are not perfect because we don't. Okay, we are perfect in our imperfections. My guides reminded us we are actually, you know, every test we get is deliberately set up to teach us how to master it. And this mastering of this unity consciousness. The turmoil on the planet is designed to keep you from that grand initiation and that grand ascension. It is merely a lesson, a big lesson, because not only are you going through it, but each and every one of us, all 7.5 billion souls on the planet, whether they know it or not, are in this grand initiation. You came down here, though, with a toolkit, and I talk about it a lot now. I'm doing events about it. And in fact, I'm still doing an event right now that you could still sign up for, called Live Your Life Purpose Now. Remember your soul-filled purpose. And I will put the link in the chat in a few minutes because you can still sign up. But it's important. So we came down here with this toolkit, and I like to have a clipboard now because the clipboard literally reminds me that every time I see my clipboard now, I have a grand assignment, and everything you need, guys, is on that toolkit. The program that you know, your awakening points, the tools you were given, your qualities, everything. Because just as Sharaya said, Spirit, we're never going to get lost. We will win. And we're here. You were chosen specifically to be one of the chosen ones, guys. You must choose. I'm going to take a sip of water till I tell you this, the most amazing thing you should remember. Are you ready? You're here. Because yes, you volunteered when the call went out and said, planet Earth is a mess, you're required. Who wants to volunteer? Well, you know, they screen the volunteers, guys and gals. They screen the volunteers. And I am here to tell you that each and every one of you listening to this today are the best of the best from the galaxy herself, from the heavenly realms, wherever you were sourced from. You are considered the cream of the crop. Let's just say you're the best that heaven had to send. You're the best that even the good Anunnaki and the Pleiadians and the Andromedans. You are the best of the best, and your programming is such that you are here to succeed. You are here to raise your light. You are here to heal the breach, especially here in our light worker community. Now, why did they take the light workers out from the very beginning? Well, because if we were united as a grand force, because we work not just on the 3D world, but we work beyond, then the powers that be knew that our force collectively, just like the members of the Golden Dawn and those earlier secret societies, were able to push back attacks, push back Hitler, we too have the ability collectively to push back any rise in fascism across our planet when we're together. But when we're infighting against each other, then we are diluted. And so collectively, our guides also knew that we would come together on the good ship Portal to Ascension, that good ship Lollipop, all right, that we would come together in this time and era and date, okay, which today is the day that adds up to one, new beginnings for our souls, new beginnings for our heart, new beginnings of letting go of what no longer serves us. And that does mean taking inventory. Taking inventory of those times where we were less than, where we're ashamed of, where we know that we could have acted better. So we use this beautiful wand-like sword to really cut away anything that we have done that we are shameful of. Anything that we have done that has made us feel less than. Any interaction with another soul that when we look back upon, we know that we were in the wrong. Because you know, of course, that in an argument, if any one of you wins that argument and is right, you've actually both lost that argument, because there is no right and wrong. There is really only harmony. There is only a coming together of terms. And so when we violate that, we get a hard awakening. It hits in our body as pain. You know, it hits in our heart as literally your heart is leaking. It hits in our soul as, oh my God, I don't know how I'm going to face that person. I'm going to have to be harder and have harder rough edges, as opposed to being back in my heart. And so I say right now to anyone that I have shamed or anyone that I have hurt by not listening to your heart, I ask for a complete healing, a complete forgiveness for each and every one of you, for your hearts, for your soul, knowing that our consciousness has always been actually seeking higher. But as human beings upon the planet, godlike men, we also have had that ability, and in design intentionally for failure, designed intentionally to not make it. But the good news is there's another design that we have, which is that higher consciousness, that soul, that higher consciousness being. We have our guides, we have our angels. So only on one level were we designed to fail. That's on that 3D lower frequency level. Our higher dimension of consciousness has set programming, awakening moments for you to have that aha epiphany, for that awakening in your soul to happen. And heck, you could be in the middle of a riot. You could be like about to take your knife and kill someone or shoot someone. And suddenly the hand of God or the hand of your angels takes that, moves it this way. And suddenly you are flooded with not just what we call remorse, but that like your soul understands, because heaven's gate has opened. And it takes a trauma like that sometimes to awaken you, to suddenly find that you're actually the dark. You are actually walking down that dark path unknowing. And so I say to you that you have within you activation moments. Today is one of those activation points. Sheila Seppi told me recently that I had 32 aspects of my soul coming back, of my walk-in soul coming back to Joan, so that she would then be that 33 aspect walk-in self. Well, guys, each and every one of you have aspects of your soul to bring back as well. Aspects of when you were traumatized. And this is really soul awakening work, guys, to remember those times when you were traumatized and probably a fragment of you left. It was the only way to deal with this conflict, because you're a spiritual being and you knew that what was in your body in the world around you didn't belong. You have all the tools, guys, to bring back these pieces of your soul. And when you bring back these pieces of your soul, your DNA is invigorated. It's reactivated. It is actually set into motion and renewed until we get to those 24 strands that we actually are, and there may be even more strands. So these triggerings and awakenings shift your DNA, stimulate it, remind you of your hidden gifts, Wake up your telepathy, wake up your clairsentience, wake up your empathy, wake up your clairvoyance, wake up, your clairaudience. All of those skills are being woken up even as we speak. And your skills of compassion, your gifts of kindness, your memory of courage. Maybe it's your gift of leadership that needs to be stimulated, or your gift of healing that has been put away. Because remember, it was dangerous until this lifetime. It was dangerous to be a prophet. It was dangerous to be a seer. Look what they did to Jesus. Look what they did to the witches. Look what they did to anyone who wasn't like them. This thing of being united, it's an interesting concept because we're not trained. And yet in our heart of hearts, it is not us that goes to war. It is the governments and the controllers that seek to divide and split, or say, thou shalt kill the other or you will be killed. Well, now many of us know that we will lay down our life to have a planet where we raise our vibrational frequency and raise the consciousness of not just ourselves, but those among us. And that is what I've been designed to do. When I woke up, when I was 30, I was shown a vision of the most incredible angelic experience of healing the planet, healing every soul on the planet. And I've since been back on ships where I was reminded that was my assignment, to break karma, to remove obstacles. Those are your obstacles, guys, that are having you believe that this is real. So remove those obstacles so every soul on this planet gets lifted into this higher vibrational frequency. So as a collective planet, as we head towards, on this timeline towards 2030, we're on that ascension timeline, and we are those light beings that we are designed specifically to be. So people come to me all the time. What is my purpose, Joan? What is my purpose? Well, my loves, your purpose is to be the light, no matter what. Your purpose, as I've been instructed, is to show up even when my heart might be broken. Even when my soul cries for the planet. My mission is to show up, lead, inspire, cajole, help you shift your DNA, activate it, be the light that we came here to be. Because when we collectively be the light, we get to what I like to think of as the angel brigade. Okay, I'm going to call you to the angel brigade. We circle the planet collectively, and guess what we get to do? We get to collectively spread celestial energies, miracle seeds of healing, light, and love. So here we are, thousands of, miles above the planet, circling around that firmament, circling outside that firmament, dissolving that firmament from the outside in, and literally sprinkling the planet and those we love with miracle seeds, with those little pods that once they hit other humans, what do you think happens? It goes right into their heart. And once in their heart, what was anger could turn to peace and love. And it is, thy will be done. And it will be done, because that's what these miracle seeds that you carry through your toolkit. Now, maybe you don't call it miracle seeds. Maybe you say, I want everyone to go to bed without hunger. Or maybe you say, I want the planet to be healed. I call it miracle seeds because I'm programmed for miracles. Well, that's what an angel would do, be programmed for miracles. I teach you how to see it through a miracle way and open your door for that. You could see it however you want, but we're spreading the light. We are dropping light bombs on the planet. They drop other bombs on the planet. Let's drop miracle bombs, miracle seeds. It's interesting. Many words have been hijacked because I heard a voice that said, define the word bomb. Well, a bomb is an awakening moment. It's something that's designed to wake you up. Seek and destroy, yes, to destroy what's not real. Also, a truth bomb can do that. It could destroy what's not real. So a miracle bomb could take away the heaviness, that fifth dimension, that 3D weight, okay, that illusion that we're not limitless. So a truth bomb, a miracle bomb, a goodness bomb, a kindness, compassion bomb, then removes the opposite of that. It removes restriction. It removes anger. It removes hate. It removes confusion and chaos. And what does it replace it with? All things. So guys, I ask you from the bottom of my heart to remember really carefully that we are here for a reason. And even if you don't know, if you're one of those who walks around and says, I don't know what I'm here to do, I am here to tell you, you are a light carrier, a light worker, if you want to call yourself that. You are a way shower. You are a sovereign being who came here to go through all the trauma that you went through. And I'm so glad you survived that trauma. I am so glad you stepped into the light. I'm so glad you used and turned that trauma around into the fuel that feeds your soul and your collective gathering of the soul, as opposed to feeding the conflict that it was designed to cause. Because if you look around you, other people who faced what you did have gone this way. They've gone downward. And that which has turned them downward is that which you understand is that which is your challenges to achieve. So I had the blessing of my son here for an amazing week. And of course, I read cards for him. And of course, I did readings for him. And everything I said to him, which was very powerful. We talked about many things we're talking about today. We talked about remember who you are, be your unique self. Allow yourself to say yes to what inspires you, as opposed to saying no because you don't, you think you have to please someone else. And everything that was kind of wise. And every card that we pulled, it was as if Google was listening. Now, we were pulling cards, so that cards were off the deck. But every card, how you talk about something and you start to get ads. I'm talking about moving and storage, and every day now I get ads on public storage everywhere and moving vans, etc. Well, every card was as if Google or the guides were listening. So right on point. And that is what an oracle does, by the way. An oracle connects you to source to bring the wisdom of the ages through her or him to you. That's through the channeled messages, the energies, the wisdom of the higher being, the one that's kind of on the other side of that firmament, looking above down, not just at the entire planet, of course, but looking at each and every one of your stories within this collective to see what needs to be cleared in you so you can move on your pathway along. So the movie you play is the one of ascension. The movie you play is the one that goes, oh yeah, I went down the planet and boy, we rode our celestial unicorns off, around the planet. We were part of a brigade, an angel brigade, a galactic brigade, an ascension gathering. We were part of a team, a massive team of millions and millions of souls worldwide, because PTA is going worldwide, who are a group designed to raise the vibrational frequency around the planet. You will be able to say, when you go in front of our creators, when we pass through the veil and we sit there and we're able to talk to our collective, tribe, our council of light, and they say, okay, Joan, okay, Michelle, okay, Sharaya, okay, Denise, okay, Kai, what did you accomplish on the planet? You will be able to say, we were that group of light bearers that rose the frequency on planet Earth. We were sent there in the most difficult of times. And I personally rose to the challenge to do the work I was assigned. I rose to the leadership that I was here to do, to the work that I was here to do, to carry the light and to collectively turn around and help inspire and heal those behind me so they too could step forward to do the assignment that they came here to do. You will be able to say that you are part of that solution of healing this planet, because believe me, when 2030 comes and this cosmic event comes, we will be singing those songs of the celestial realms, that hallelujah chorus, that which will ring throughout, that song in our heart, when you hear your heart sing and you hear the sound of the angelic ones and the celestial ones and the ascended masters, and we actually get to see all collectively celebrate, because it is going to take each and every one of you to allow yourself to be awoken, to raise that vibrational frequency, not just in this moment, but later, to check yourself when you're out of check, just like Sharaya said, to look at that checklist and go, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to practice love, like Michelle did, says, and oh my goodness, I think I need to reboot, raise my energetic frequency, turn up my love meter, my miracle mastery meter. So I literally can do what I came here to do. So you have that opportunity to reset in every moment. Have I reset perfectly in every moment? No, I haven't. Was I reminded of that when I was realizing this presentation? Yes, greatly. Am I in the process? Do I forgive myself and let it go? Yes, because when we take a black shame with us, it goes into some part of our body that later gets manifest as disease. Also, when you carry heavy baggage, I'm here to tell you that your soul can't ascend, because the wheelbarrow that's filled to the top with all those things that you have judged yourself on needs to be detached. And we know that we cannot get to the heaven unless our heart is as light as a feather. So what does that mean? It means that it's time to cut that cord. So guys, you can find me at joanofangels.com. I do a weekly, actually now several shows on YouTube every Monday called Miracle Monday on Monday nights, 5 p.m. Pacific. You will love it if you want to step in the miraculous. I do card readings for the miracle messages now. I work with Neil. I just love you all. I do these soul awakening sessions to help remind you. I like to tweak your feathers. I like to tweak those wings of yours so that we can do it together. I'm honored. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joan. What you said, summarized one of the parts that you said is each moment is a new opportunity. We're never lost. It's never too late. That we can make a decision to make a choice, as this has been a theme throughout today, is make the choice, right? Beyond being, first we need to make the choice before we can do that. And each moment we have the opportunity to make that choice of what we want to create and cultivate in this world, right?
Yes, I agree. It's a moment by moment thing. We can choose the light, or, two thoughts can exist in your head at the same time. It could either be negative or positive. But remember, they each attract, they each have the same level of attraction. So change your thinking, change your words, change your concept. We are ascending together. It's a global event, and each of us are important in it.
Exactly. So I want to open up to the panels. Let me just go with the flow real quick and speak about how we're going to flow for the next 10 to 15 minutes. I want the panel to chime in and share however you feel after Joan and Sharaya's download for about a minute. And then I have some things I want to share and get a little bit into the science of how we're interconnected, and show some declassified documents that prove it as well. And then we're going to go into shofar. So we'll probably start around 5 minutes after scheduled time of shofar, probably around 12:05. But let's go ahead and open it up to the panel. If any of you want to jump in here, and I know Michelle, you need to leave pretty soon too, so come on in.
I came downstairs. Can you see the angels above us?
Wow.
There you go. Joan, I always think of you when I'm
Oh my God, I can't wait to come and visit.
Yeah, you're coming soon. I am so uplifted and inspired, and that's what this whole program has really penetrated something inside of me. It's activated that knowing that when we take those dips, when the arrows come and we feel them, and we're like, oh, really, I got to navigate through this. There's so many tools that we can grasp onto. And you did a great job of explaining that, Joan. I was having to go in and out because I am trying to get to take my mom to the doctor today. And she's an hour away and she's already calling and saying, are you on your way? So I'm just glad I got to be here for most of it. I am going to switch to my iPad so I can hear the rest, because I feel there's a shift happening. When you bring in those vibrations, when Sharaya brought in those vibrations, when each one of us have added our energy and our essence, including every single person on this chat, we represent the collective. And today is a pivotal day. You know, I know that people are saying to me, Michelle, I've never seen you be political before. And I've usually stay away from politics. But I do believe that the power is with the people. The power is within each one of us. And we each have to resonate and go where we feel we need to go and be. So today being election day, I don't know if you planned that on purpose, Neil. I find it interesting when spirit leads us to do these things, right? That a lot of times what we're representing is calming the chaos, because there is chaotic energy that happens around these pivotal days when it comes to the system. What did Brendan say? We're world bridgers. We're bridging worlds right now. And so as we see things getting really crunchy, we need the energy of what you just brought through, Joan, everything that you were sharing, your authenticity and how transparent you were in your stories, and giving us all these tools. So I thank you. I'm looking forward to listening to everybody. And Joan, you just, congratulations. Joan at portal2ascension.org.
I'm growing into who I am, just
You
like
are. And I met you
one of
so
us.
many years ago, and I read your book, and I felt like I knew you after I read your book and had such great admiration for you. And it just comes through, and I watch how we've all been growing together, because I usually don't like to be in front of the camera. That's why I have an FM radio, you know, like I'm old school, and you all know that about me, that I get nervous being, you know, like on camera. I don't know what that is, but I'm breaking through that block. And just thank you. Thank you, Neil, for providing this platform with these amazing heart-centered speakers so that we can heal the divide and calm the chaos. And I think we're doing it. Kudos to all of you.
Thank you, Michelle.
You're
I
welcome.
love you. You gonna head out right now, or you sticking around?
I'm gonna
Okay.
head out. I told my mom
Your mother,
in the next
mother
Okay.
is calling. You
Love
know, the beauty of it is that we have all these different, we're all so different, and yet we're all on the same subject. And that's what it takes to be united, is each of us has a little piece, and all of you guys do too.
It feels like we're all pieces of the puzzle. And when we're doing 3D life, yes, I have a mother that needs my help, and I'm the only one that, you know, helps her continue. And I'm with her in this last season of her life. And that's part of helping to heal the collective as well, by doing what we do. I really feel like I got to be in both worlds today, and it feels really good, bringing a lot of balance into my life personally. So thank you. Love to eat
Love to your daughter.
Big hugs.
Thanks, Michelle.
You're welcome.
Love you. Talk soon.
I'd love to comment on Joan's presentation, if I may.
Please.
Yeah, I just absolutely loved the feeling of all of us together on the ship and coming down.
Yeah.
Where you're talking, how you were presencing our larger context of how we showed up here in the first place, and all of the wisdom that you had about that, and just putting context to, you know, what we decided to go through. We knew it was going to be rough and rugged, and, you know, that we're all in it together, even if we have things that make us feel like we're not while we're down here. We knew that too when before we came in. So that was just really fun for you to take a little journey across the universe back to our origin point here, pre-show, if you will.
Isn't it nice that we get these, like these are our check-ins. You know, we come to these events together collectively, actually, and we get rebooted energetically. And I did hear millions of souls, you know, came down. So we're just calling back our Ascension tribe.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank
It was
you,
great.
Curtis.
I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I wanted to say, Joan of Angels, I love what you spoke about basically alignment. And when we are aligned, that when we are aligned, when we keep our spine upright and erect, so to speak, that allows us to be able to be that oracle, to be able to hear, you know. And sometimes I think we get this grandiose ideas about what an oracle might be. That's why I love the movie The Matrix, because in the movie The Matrix, the oracle, she was in the hood, you know, baking cookies, you know. It wasn't like you had to go up to the mountaintop. I mean, that used to be the thing too, but she was in the middle of the hood. You went up the probably the smelly elevators and everything with rats and everything, and you went up, and Neo was able to get his message right there. And so I say all that to be like, the oracle message might sometimes even be something like Michelle going to take care of her mother.
Right.
You know, so I love that you took the heavenly concepts and stuff, but you also bring it down to earth for us to be able to, you know, make it accessible to us.
I appreciate that so much. I actually felt your energy because you were on the screen a lot of the time, and I could feel you. I just felt that. And I'm a chiropractor by my background as a chiropractor. So I spent my whole life telling patients, number one, I'm going to align you body, mind, and spirit. And the next thing is I would adjust this place up here to connect them to divine intelligence and say, I've just turned on your power. And so in a sense, it's still what I do. Those two things. It's kind of cute. I'm glad that resonated. I'm looking forward to your talk. I feel like this is going to be really inspiring.
Yeah, I'm excited for it too. Thank you again so much, Joan. I just want to take a moment here. So I'm going to share some stuff and then we're going to get into shofar. But what I want to do is let's just center ourselves and take a few deep breaths, and let's create a blanket of unity and wrap it around the planet, like a cozy blanket for all of humanity. Since we're all here together, we're definitely having activation, a lot of inspiration and awareness, but let's just harmonize that energy and send out the signal of unity, acceptance, understanding to all beings on this planet and beyond into the cosmos, as we're really creating a reality that's not just within our planet, because we're not on Earth, we're also in space. You know, Earth exists within space, and it's part of this energetic field that we're all a part of, and it goes beyond that, including our ancestry, the angelic realms, the different dimensions. So much energy is here to support us in this awakening now. So I invite you all just to close your eyes, and we're just going to take a few breaths here. Just a breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. And if at any point you hear noise behind me, a motorcycle beginning, a car taking off, just imagine it being the engine of unity consciousness, revving up, ready to go and sweep around the whole entire planet. Deep breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. And as we breathe, our electromagnetic fields, our auras, begin to expand with each breath, expanding to your city, village, expanding beyond that to your county, larger community. And as you continue to breathe, the energy of unity consciousness cultivates and revs up within you, expanding into the entire country that you live within, encompassing all beings within this area. And as you take another deep breath in, our electromagnetic aura encompasses the entire planet. All the wisdom, the love, the unity, the understanding, the acceptance, the agreements that we collectively decided upon as we came down to Earth, all encompassed within our field that is sweeping the entire planet as a blanket of unity consciousness. Now, just for the next minute or so, let's just remain in silence as we expand our energetic field around the planet and continue bombarding the entire beautiful Earth with these harmonic, amazing vibrations. Continue to breathe as we imagine and cultivate unity for all. Take another deep breath in and exhale. Whenever you're ready, you can open your eyes, come back to the present moment. Thank you, everybody. Taking a moment of stillness there, just to really just like embrace the stillness of the void. You know, what it's all about is that connection. All right, so now I'm going to share some stuff with you guys. First of all, I want to kind of tell you about my journey with the word healing. You know, I did not, when I first woke up to this awareness, 2001, up until maybe even 3 years ago, I was not into the word healing. I did not like that word. I even used, I would do sound and vibration events for many, many years. I've done it for like 12 years, sound and vibrational tools, but I would not use the word sound and vibrational healing. I would use the word sound and vibration activation, right? And I wanted to just explain it because I really want to create context within the word healing and the connotations and the meanings that we get behind words, right? So the word healing to me signified for so long because of the context of how I was brought up, that there is some sort of lack, right? And it's a paradox because if you look at this world, it seems like it's lacking a lot of love. But the only way to really embrace the fact that we are unified is to shift out of even thinking that there is that lack. Because the universe, as I like to say so often, is one big Xerox machine. It just reflects back your thoughts to you. It's unconditional. God's source is unconditional. Whatever you want to create, it will give you more of that to create. So if you are within that poverty mindset, that lack mindset, the reflection back to you is going to be more of that. So when I say the word healing for so long, I didn't want to use that word because I felt that using that word signifies that things aren't the way they should be. But then if you look at the world, you see the things and you realize, well, they aren't the way they should be. But the way we energize that creates more of it. So it's not about using this word or that word. It's about having the awareness that having the understanding that all is happening the way it was meant to be, but this is what we want to create for ourselves, creates more of a movement towards harmony than that of everything is terrible, things are bad, we need to fix this, and coming from that emotional trigger. So I just wanted to share the word healing there, and just kind of like, it took me 20 years to really get to a place that I can even put that word in an event, right? So this right here, Heal the Divide, isn't about the fact that we are lacking, therefore we must change this to that. Is coming from the fact of that we've had this experience that we've signed up for, we've had this division, and now it's the next chapter in our existence. And the next chapter is, how do we create, as a few people have mentioned in this room today, how do we create heaven on earth, right? And we have the tools to do so. So it's not that how do we create it and we don't have the awareness, the intellect, the information, the books. So wouldn't it be beneficial for all of us if we created a society, a system that worked for all, right? It doesn't work for everybody right now. So we're seeing so many systems collapsing, right? And a lot of people are really scared about the fact that institutions that supported our societies are not working anymore. What are we going to do for the future? Well, I'm here to tell you that as long as we have roof over our head, and even sometimes you don't even need that, and you have food and you have the connection in your life, we're going to continue. Things are going to move forward. So a lot of systems are going to shift out right now. They're going to come down, but a new system is ready to be implemented. And the fact is, we already know how to implement that. It's just a matter of time before it really becomes the norm in society. And events like this, discussions like this, is the beginning phases of that. It's the new zodiac. At the beginning of every zodiac, there is a new wave around the planet. Go back to every 2,000 years when the zodiac shifted and see what happened on the planet. And you're going to notice that a new faith, a new understanding of consciousness has presented itself every single 2,000 or so years. We're in the new phase now. It's inevitable. It's in the stars. We have a map to really navigate human consciousness. So it's not about, will we ascend? Will we get to a point where we can have unity? It's just a matter of time. But how long it takes, that's what we're here to talk about today, right? So just one more thing I want to share with you guys next is the fact that, okay, first I'm going to show you a declassified government here. And this is a CIA document, taking a complete detour, but really within the context of everything here, to get to the understanding of the they, right? And I use that word extremely loose, and about the government and the divide and conquer agenda, and what even the elite have known for quite some time, and what they have discovered through their own research that really just backs up everything that we're discussing here today. So in 1983, this was released in 2083, there's this declassified document called The Analysis and Assessment of the Gateway Process. And I'm just going to read, okay? Fundamentally, the gateway experience is training system designed to bring enhanced strength, focus, and coherence to the amplitude and frequency of left and right hemispheres so as to alter consciousness, moving it outside the physical sphere so as to ultimately escape even the restrictions of time and space. This government document says. The gateway process is based on ideas developed by the Monroe Institute exploring human consciousness. The theory is that certain exercises can allow the brain to hemisync, whereby brain waves in the right and left hemispheres synchronize at the same frequency and amplitude. Hemisync, the report argues, can be achieved through a series of meditation-like exercises while listening to certain frequencies. As per the report, the universe is a complex system of interacting energy fields in which states are simply variations in energy. Human consciousness is no different. It's just a vibrational pattern of energy. One hemisync achieved, the report said, it can trigger an altered state of consciousness in which the vibration of a person's consciousness is free from physical reality and tunes into this pure energy field. Drawing on ideas of quantum entanglement, the report claims for human consciousness to profoundly alter the universe, since reality is a holographic projection. The part encodes the whole. The part encodes the whole. In this understanding of reality, everything is deeply connected in a matrix of interconnected energy vibrations from your consciousness to the depths of the universe. This consciousness participates in the all infinite continuum of consciousness, which is characteristic of energy in the ever-present. Consequently, it is accurate to observe that when a person's experience is out-of-body state, he or she is in fact projecting eternal spark of consciousness and memory, which constitutes the ultimate source of his or her identity, to let it play and learn from dimensions both inside and outside the time-space world in which the physical component currently enjoys a short period of reality, right? Awareness has been known. This awareness is being implemented. The remote viewing projects is remote viewing that basically every government in the world has a program of, is literally realizing that we're all interconnected, coming to a meditative state to tap into that energy field. And just to show you one other thing that backs this whole thing was what I spoke about earlier today, non-locality. What is non-locality? Well, it's a quantum physical term, okay? And just a couple of definitions here, and I'll just kind of tie it all together. In brief, in everyday life, distance and location are mundane absolutes. Yet physics now suggests that at the most fundamental level, the universe is non-local. Fundamental level, what is that? Below an atom, subatomic. There is no such thing as place or distance. Scientific American. The principle of non-locality in quantum mechanics says that quantum particles can know the state of other quantum particles, even at great distances, and correlate their behavior with each other instantly. It's an instantaneous action at a distance. But what does that mean? That means that what is quantum particles? Well, everything in the physical universe, guys, is quantum energy, quantum particles. Okay. So we're now able to know one quantum particle is able to understand and know the state of another quantum particle all the way at the other side of the universe, which completely blows the lid of space-time distance, which shows us that on the fundamental level, everything below an atom, right, which is paradoxical. Newtonian physics, quantum physics are paradoxical to each other. However, Newtonian physics and atoms, the building blocks of which are the subatomic world. The subatomic world is paradoxical to the Newtonian world, but the subatomic world creates the Newtonian world. So what are we doing here? We're breaking through the illusion. We're realizing that this is some sort of beautiful organic consciousness projection that is happening in this reality. And once we can transcend that, we can do what Shofar alluded to, which is become matrix-like. We can start navigating and manipulating the most harmonious ways this reality and really creating heaven on earth. So as well as understanding this information, cultivating these tools, we're going to start implementing and integrating the subatomic reality that all of us are interconnected. Science has now proven it. Through multiple tests, we have now understand we're all interconnected. So I just wanted to offer that to this experience today is the reality of the fact that now it's quantifiable, quantifiable that we are all one. So thank you for listening to that. And let's just take a deep breath here real quick as we move into our next panelist here. Deep breath in and just exhale through the heart. All right, everybody. I am extremely excited to be introducing our next guest here. And definitely for, all my good friends that are the panelists here, as well as the Portal to Ascension community to be tuning into Shofar. But yes, with Sharaya and Michelle, hopefully you're still listening, you can tune in. And Joan, because Shofar is going to be a huge component of what we're doing in Portal to Ascension. Already have around 3 or 4 other events besides this in which he's going to be appearing at, including Healing the Trauma and Planetary Energy Shift event that's taking place towards the end of this month. And just to show you, to kind of give you the journey of how I was connected to Shofar, Nikita, my friend Nikita, actually recommended him. And then we tuned in while I was in Mexico a few months ago and had a Zoom call. And just the energy of this, just the energy of this man and the vibration that he emanated, I just resonated with immediately. And I felt just from having conversations with him, I was healing the wounded masculine within me. It was that much of a deep conversation and connection just from his presence and his ability to really not just be present, but to really see and hear other individuals. So I had an experience where I got to be a part of an online event just a few weeks later or a couple of weeks after that with him and his partner, Kirti, who are doing incredible work helping individuals really cultivate divine relationships with themselves, firstly, and then with their partners. And so now Shofar is going to be on this platform pretty soon, Kirti as well. And then I got an opportunity to go and hang out with them and for a little bit for a workshop that Kirti facilitated in San Diego. So there's been all these connections. We've been building up to this moment. And this is the introduction, the debut of Shofar onto Portal to Ascension. So let me just read from his bio before we officially bring you on, brother. Shofar began studying Qigong in 2002 and energy bodywork in 2007. He learned from systems of Tantra, TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, and Chinese herb, Hebrew Kabbalah, African spirituality, Egyptian tree of life, and IFA. And he uses his knowledge for each modality within his unique work. He's also the author of SOL, Sacred Orgasmic Living, which focuses on healing people to understand how to have more intimacy in life so they can experience more peace and pleasure. His vision is to help evolve and expand the way people think, experience SEX, which he calls Sensual Emotional Exchange, assisting with the recognition and restoration of divine feminine masculinity through sensual emotional exchange, work to access emotional and body integration, revitalize health, and pleasurably experience a purposeful creative life. So thank you so much for being here, brother.
Shofar, you're muted.
Thank you all. Thank you, Neil. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's an honor to be in this moment with you all. You know, that all of you have, you know, from Brendan and, you know, Michelle, Sharaya, and Joan of Angels. I appreciate you all making room and clearing space for us, and especially you, Neil, for, you know, holding this in the heart space for us all to be able to do this. It's, you know, it's a powerful time, and I know someone asked you, Neil, if you had planned to do this on election day, and you said no. And there's also a part of you that did. You know what I mean? Like the yes and no, right? That the dichotomy of the both versions of ourselves and everything. So the name of this share today is SEX, Supreme Evolution Expansion, SEX. And the reason is because I believe that what we currently call sex, or like I like to keep calling it SEX, is one of our most powerful ways to evolve. One of the most biggest challenges, in my opinion, in my perspective, is that we can have a new political system. We can vote for whoever we want to. You can oust one CEO, put a new CEO in there. It doesn't matter until we get human beings evolving. Where we evolve, the ancients tell us that we have 3 basic stages of evolution. The ancient people of Kemet or Kamut, aka what we now today call Egypt, they said we had the Sahu level, the Ab, and the Ba. Unless we get people to at least the Ab level, which is the heart, you know, the Hindus call it the heart chakra area. Until we do that, we're going to keep being in the reptilian and the fight or flight way of being. And so I invite everyone right now to take your right hand and take it like this and put on your left wrist, and just take a moment to feel your pulse right now. To feel your pulse. All 3 fingers pressing down. So you're taking these 3 fingers and you're pressing on the wrist right there. And in traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, each one of those fingers points to what's going on with a different organ. And the ring finger, the index finger, would normally tell us from a TCM standpoint what's going on with the kidney yin. So you have the kidney yang, the masculine energy, if you will, and then the kidney yin, or the feminine energy in us. I think if we were to take the pulse of the planet, of this plane, this planet, at the same time, if we were to take the pulse collectively of this planet, we would have what we call in TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, yin deficiency, or kidney yin deficiency. So we have a feminine energy deficiency. And one of the things that the kidneys do, and we're going to get into that more as we go in here, the kidneys are about our connection to the ancestors. They're about our sexual or creative energy that the Hindus or the ancient Sanskrit calls the Kundalini. So again, the name of this share today is Supreme Evolution Expansion. And as we do this, we create womb. We create womb, calling in the ancestors. The word ancestral has the word astral in it. The word ancestral has astral in it. And we call in the various ancestors, especially those of us here in Amexa, aka America. We come here from many different beautiful ways and peoples and places. Some of us came here of our own sovereign will, and some of us were brought here in a different way. Still of sovereign though, because of our highest self, right? And so we, on this First Nation land, we honor those First Nations peoples, you know, And we honor all of our ancestors who came here either as pioneers or as prisoners. Whatever the story is, we honor all those ancestors. I hope.
Hey, brother, just to jump in for a second, are you trying to
Yeah.
show your PowerPoint right now?
I am.
Okay, we only see the all your folders, your files. We don't see the PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so let me help you close out and then just start it again. There we go.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. I'll wait for that to happen.
Okay, you should be able to click share screen again.
Okay, share
And
screen.
you should see it now.
All right. Okay.
There we go.
Now you see me? Okay. Oh, all right. Well, I'm glad. So SEX, Supreme Evolution Expansion. And this is what I was saying about the ancestors. We come from all beautiful places, different peoples here. In this womb space, I'd like to also invoke my ancestors. You know, my grandmother and grandfather, Thelma and Willie from Lynchburg, Virginia. I put emphasis on the word Lynch. Again, how do we heal the divide? We also have to realize that these things aren't negative. They're the soil that we get nutrients from. And I think here in America, especially, or Western civilization, in order to heal the divide, we've got to be able to get into the dirt, into the manure of some things and transmute it. So my grandparents, they were from Lynchburg, Virginia. I would like to honor my aunt and uncle, my great aunt. She was my grandmother's sister, Aunt Mary, who, you know, she did so much in helping me along my journey. And then here in the middle, my beautiful mother and father. I appreciate them on the ancestral realm, Jackie and Reggie. And it's because of them that I am. And it's the same for all of our ancestors. So let's take one breath together, breathing in and acknowledging our ancestors, those who are not here in the flesh with us anymore. Ashe. I also want to honor the womb being, my queen, Kirthi. Neil talked about her. Powerful being who keeps me on my toes and who is showing me the power of relating in relationship and allowing me as a man to invoke and awaken my heart and to make my heart sing in a certain way and teaching me about what love is and what love is not and how to step and hone that even more. And so much of these slides and everything, how they look beautiful and the presentation, that feminine touch, that's Queen Kirthi. So I appreciate her and want to invoke and thank her for making room for me for this moment. And also got to speak to and honor my sisters and my nieces and nephew. You know, my sisters, I have 4 younger sisters. They also have made room for me to be here. The masters that I've learned from, those who have helped me remember. I never like to say that we are teaching each other because as the other panelists have already said, from Brendan on, is that this is really just a grand remembrance. This is in our DNA. I like to call DNA our divine natural awareness. So this is all, we're already coded for this stuff, but these are some of the masters to help me remember. Shout out to Sasha Cobra, who gave me an embodied experience of orgasmicness without even touching me. So, and then to the left there, you see Shantam Nitiyama, who was the master who helped her learn or remember. And he was the first person that I saw in this lifetime, not even touching someone, and they were in full orgasmic bliss. To the right bottom, we have Master Yao, aka Yao Morris, who we affectionately call Master Yao. And he was the first one that I saw showing a diagram with a womb being orgasming from her breast. Powerful stuff. And then, of course, we have Osho, much misunderstood, I believe, but very powerful master who actually was the one who helped Shantan Nitiyama remember. So I deep one breath for them. These masters who have inspired me. Also, as Neil talked about, want to give a shout out to Nikita, our friend, Kirti Ami's friend, because she connected us with Neil. So shout out to Nikita. And let's go ahead and get into it now. So this talk, this supreme expansion comes from the work of the Kabbalion, which is known as the 7 Hermetic Principles. I don't like to call it the 7 Hermetic Principles. Why? Because Hermes, or the Hermetic, that's Greek. Egypt is in Africa. They were Africans. And again, to heal the divide, not being divisive, but to heal the divide, we got to stop whitewashing Egypt. Aho. Every people have contributed both the shadow and the light to our current situation. All people have contributed both the shadow and the light to where we are right now. And so the ancient people of what we call Egypt, they called themselves Kem, or the Kemetic, or Kamut. So the ancient people of Kemet, and instead of saying Hermes, which is the god of wisdom, they called him Tahuti. So I call this the 7 principles of Tahuti. Here we see the book Ancient Future that goes into it, powerful stuff there, but these are the 7 principles of how this universe works. And we use this right now because we're in a revolutionary time, y'all. The word revolution has evolution in it. Just 2 years ago in 2020, we saw a man on camera lose his life because of his breath being taken away. And then the chant was, which I believe it was spell casting, I can't breathe. No, bump all of that. We can breathe. And like Brendan said, there's still children being born, so God hasn't given up on us yet. We're still breathing. And our ancestors are breathing through us. Amen. And so SEX, Supreme Evolution Expansion. If we are to evolve and start to evolve in our consciousness, the Tao or Taoism or Tantra, they talk to us about using our sensuality to expand our consciousness. Because we all came here one way or the other from sex, SEX. So you have Supreme Evolution Expansion. And I like to also call it, as Neil said in my biography, I also call it sensual, emotional exchange. The sensual being the physical body, the emotional component, which oftentimes on our planet right now gets left out, leaving many womb beings, many women, AKA womb beings, feeling unconnected and that there's not a certain level of intimacy. And then what is the exchange, the X factor? It is our consciousness with our breath with our consciousness. So let's get into the sensual. Taking a moment to breathe in these pictures, showing us the blooming of the heart, showing us the beauty of the body, and out. Take a moment, let's take your left hand and put it on your small of your back, on your tailbone, your coccyx. Take your right hand and put it right below your navel. Breathe in, feeling the energy in your left hand, at your coccyx, your tailbone. Breathing in, and then release out. Feeling the energy in your right hand below your navel. Let's do that one more time, y'all. Connecting with the central. Breathing in at the tailbone, left hand, and out. Right hand underneath the navel. Beautiful. And so the first of the 7 principles of Tahuti, not Hermes, 7 principles of Tahuti, is that everything vibrates. And like Neil was speaking about, is being understood now by quantum physics that is so. That science is also saying this, but everything vibrates. So the first 7 Hermetic principles is that everything vibrates. What I'm getting to, and I want to say this very succinctly, what my share, my brief share here, and each one of these principles, we could spend a whole webinar speaking about just one principle. But in this share, I want us to be able to expand and evolve how we think and feel about sex. So in other words, by the end of this year, I want us to relook at SEX, is that one of the principles of sex is that it's always vibrating. And so I want you to look at the word atom, how it has ohm in it. The word atom has Om in it. Notice how the word vibration has Ra in it. Ra was the ancient word for sun and the sun god in ancient Kamut or Kemet. Now, when we talk about sex, this is what most of us think about as vibrating. This is not what we're talking about here. This is not what we're talking about when we talk about vibration when it deals with sex. This is what we're talking about. This is an acronym that I've trademarked, vibe. If we want to change our vibration, then understand V-I-B-E. Keep it super simple always, y'all. Is the V is for voice. The I is for introspection. Noticing how the word introspection has ion at the end. Breath is for the B, and the E is for embodiment, being in our bodies. Embodiment, embodying our emotions is one thing for me to say, Neil or Kirti or whoever that I appreciate you. It's another thing for me to have that feeling be in the physical body, to have the emotion in the physical body. So noticing again, going back real quick, how the word vibration has ion at the end, how the word even Kabbalion has ion at the end. What is an ion? Well, science basically tells us, and I know I have words on here. You may not be able to read it all as we do this share just for time. But if you go back to the replay, you'll be able to stop and actually read some of the things that I have on the slides. But basically, it's a charged particle, y'all. And we are told in science that when our atoms share electrons, that's how we create different bonds and everything. So what I'm trying to say is that I believe that many of the different words that end in ion, not all of them, but many of the different words that end in ion, they're letting us know that there's an exchange of energy. More on that. But let's get to it. Again, everything vibrates, right? Notice how the word heart has ear in it. It also has hear in it. You look at our eardrum, the ear drum, right? It has the shell, like a knotless shell almost. That's our inner ear. And then we look at nature. I believe that the science, the technology of the word heart is letting us know that we can hear Mother. I don't call her Mother Earth. I call her Mother Heart. If you take the H and put it at the front, now you have heart. So it's letting us know that there's a frequency that we can tune into. So observation. In the ancient Kamut or Kemet, what we today call Egypt, the word Ab is heart. The word Ab is heart. So instead of an observation, I call it an observation, something that will serve our heart. Looking at the word vibration with the ion at the end, the word introspection has ion at the end. Respiration has ion at the end. And emotion, ion. The word atom, again, having Om, and that we have ear and hear in the word heart. Aho. Going to the second principle of Tahuti, that everything has a rhythm, that there's a rhythm to everything, that there's a flow and a tide to everything. And so they say in the Kabbalion that everything has its tide, everything has its rhythm. And we can see that when we're playing the drum. And we see that with the moon and it's in her phases. So also I'd like to point out that the word rhythm, if you just add an N at the end, it has the word hymn in it. What is a hymn? It is a song. It is something of adoration or prayer. It is something that prays. So the word rhythm, if you add N to it, it has hymn in it. So our heart is on a certain rhythm, right? That's a song of praise. Again, what? Everything vibrates. The word here is in heart, is letting us know that there's a hymn, that if we tune into that rhythm, and again, this is dealing with sensual emotional exchange too. If we can just tune into that rhythm with SEX, sensual emotional exchange, we can feel the grand orgasmicness of life. Amen. And the word universe, how the word universe has the word verse in it. If you look up the word verse, it has to do with poetry, not prose. Prose are the words that don't rhyme. Universe talks about the rhyme scheme. So we're tuning into the universe, this beautiful verse, this beautiful poetry. I don't call myself a healer or anything. I call myself a breath poet. I'm someone who helps people to remember or be able to hear the rhythm, the rhyme of your inhale and your exhale. Let's take a deep breath for the universe, breathing in and out, knowing that SEX, sensual emotional exchange, connects us to the universe. Spinal cord. Notice when you just add an H, the spinal cord is letting us know that we can tune in through our spine into the frequency. This is where the Kundalini is said to rise, or the sensual or sexual energy. So the spinal cord is like the chords of a harp, or the sitar, or the viola or violin. Even the piano is allowing us to be able to tune into that chord. And the more we get more adept at sensual emotional exchange, SEX, it allows us to be able to tune in to that frequency of the universe within and the universe without. I wanted to put this one in here because oftentimes when we talk about the spinal cord, and again, Kundalini, they talk about the snake, right? What is that about? Why the snake? Well, the ancient Hebrew, which my name Shofar comes from ancient Hebrew, they talk about the tree of life. And without going too deep into it, again, even this one slide could be a webinar. The tree of life in ancient, the Kabbalah, some branches of Kabbalah, they call it the Sephirot. Sephirot is also, with my bad Hebrew pronunciation, is also where we get the word Sephirim, which was a type of angel. You have the cherubim and then the Sephirim. Seth, or whatever, Seth is the serpent. So again, in Hindu, we have the association with the snake, right? The Kundalini. Again, even with the tree of life in Hebrew, we see this connection with the snake. What is that about? We'll get into that more. But think about it like this. The snake is close to the earth. Its stomach, its whole being is on the earth, or the heart, mother heart, earth. So it feels vibrations. It feels the rhythm. I think that's why that symbol is used. So again, observation, something that will serve our heart. And noticing how the word observation has ion at the end. That the word rhythm has him in it, and him means what it means, the universe. Noticing that the word breath has the word beat in it. Notice how our breathing is a type of beat. It's a what? It's a rhythm. It's a hymn that we cannot escape. If we escape that breath, then that means that we have what we call today death. Notice how the word poem has om in it. Notice how the word tone has one in it. Spinal cord, harmony, has both harm, or if we have the whole word harmony, that's deep. And then again, Sephirot or Sephiruth, again, dealing with the snake. Let's get into the principle of gender. So far we have SEX is vibration, and that everything vibrates, voice, introspection, breath, and embodiment, right? We also have the rhythm. What's the next one? Gender. They say that in the 7 Hermetic principles that gender, notice how the word gender has gene in it. So even more than gender, I think that what we're saying here is that everything has genes of some sort in it. Again, the word gene comes from genie or jinn. That's a whole, again, another deeper concept, but that our genes, our wishes, our command. So another thing, another aspect of SEX, sensual emotional exchange, is that there's gender expressed in it. And this goes beyond just male and female. But here, again, I put the picture of the Oracle from the Matrix. I love how she was baking cookies in the hood. You have to go up a pissy elevator. You know, Neo and Morpheus had to go up a smelly, pissy elevator to get to the Oracle. And Then you have the architect, the father principle. So you have the matrix. Notice how the word matrix has ma or mother in it. And then you have the architect who shows the pattern, where we get the word paternal from, the father, the mother and father principle. Again, gender, the ancients called the vagina, and in Sanskrit or ancient Hindu, they call it the yoni. And it's like the source or the womb, the vagina, or dare I say, Neil, the portal of ascension, the portal of ascension, the yoni, the waters that we all come from. And notice how the word portal, ascension, Neil, also has ion at the end, because it's what? An exchange of energy. And then we all have also this beautiful portal of the heart. We all have this beautiful portal of the ears. We all have these beautiful portals of the eyes, of understanding, the portal of the brain. So these are all yoni spaces. Ashe. We speak to the lingam. The lingam means a sign or a symbol or a mark. It is a symbol of the outward symbol of the formless reality. So this is the penis. Again, if we're speaking gender, then you have the penis, the lingam, and noticing that is the way that consciousness comes to the planet, through the sperm, into the womb space. And it takes both of these principles to have life, currently, as we know it, in this binary code, right? There's a higher, another principle that we're going to speak to in a moment, but gender, having the double X chromosomes or the XY chromosomes. Double X meaning the double unknown. That's why Malcolm X changed his name to X, because he didn't know what his ancestor's name was anymore. So you have the two X chromosomes, and then you have the XY, the Y being that part of consciousness that now has been expressed. In other words, the seed that has a certain code in it, the information, it tells the mater or the mother, the mater, what to form, the information. Notice again how the word information also has ion at the end. I hope. So speaking again to gender, I love how the snake, why is the kundalini, why is the snake the symbol? Notice how the bottom of the snake here is coiled, circular, spiral. That is the feminine aspect, or the of gender. But then you see the upright, like Joan of Arc was talking about, the upright, the erect. That's like the penis, erect. That is the masculine principle. So I think that is yet another reason, because the snake can feel the rhythm and the vibration of the SEX, the sensual emotional exchange of the planet. But then also, just by nature, it is both. It is expressing both the circular, the feminine, and the masculine. Amen. We see that Lord Shiv or Shiva, while he's in meditation, but he has the snake wrapped around him. And then we see the Ankh of ancient Kamut or Kemet, which symbolizes both the fallopian tubes, and then what the Africans, the ancient Africans, they were also saying, but it also speaks to the lingam. So it is both at the same time. The Ankh, which is the symbol of life in ancient Kamut or Kemet, it was speaking to both of the genders, both of those energies at the same time. Amen. And so again, observation, how the word, and again, this is this thing that you see here in the middle, that is the symbol. This is a piece of pottery or clay or of art that they made to symbolize the heart. We see the word generate has gene in it. I love this, hydrogen or hydrogen. Gene, again, gender, nitrogen, oxygen, genital or genital, genesis or genesis, like in the Bible, the beginning, the start. The word matrix has ma in it, and the word pattern has pat or the father in it. Let's take a deep breath to breathe in this observation. Breathing in and out. So that is the sensual vibration, rhythm, and gender. Let's move now to the emotional. Taking a moment to breathe in the emotional component. Again, our beautiful womb beings on this planet. A lot of the sex is just genitals meeting. It's a penis and a vagina and a penis, and one going in and out, and that's what we think sex is. And that's not to our fault. There's nothing wrong with that. That's how many of us came to the planet. That's that many of us, especially men, we've been programmed with the porn thinking that that's all that there is to sex, lowercase sex. But if we speak to the emotional component, that's when we start to bring in, now that on the physical level, if we're talking about a heterosexual relationship, and this can be same sex as well, but if we're talking about a heterosexual relationship, the masculine penetrates the feminine on the physical, but on the emotional level, the feminine is supposed to penetrate the masculine. Amen. So let's get into the emotional. Cause and effect. This is the fourth principle of the 7 Hermetic principles of Tahuti, is that there is cause and effect. Cause and effect. Let's look at what can happen on the emotional level. That when we are in a place of stress, it can affect our brains and nerves, our heart, our stomach, our pancreas, our intestines, our reproductive organs. That can all be affected by our emotions. So something that I want to just point out, something that is non-physical, the mental realm, our thoughts and our emotions can affect the physical, because God said what? And the word became flesh. We talk about brain waves. The waves from our brain go into our flesh, and literally our thoughts and our beliefs become through our hormones. What does the word hormone? Hormone means to action. It comes from the root word meaning action, to take action. The word action even has ion in it too. Exchange of energy. So our brain waves, they ripple out. We are not just affecting ourselves, our thoughts and our feelings are rippling out into our environment, and we touch each other through these. This is how we're going to get into this more, how we even have touchless orgasms when we start to realize the wave-like quality of nature. Again, Neil was speaking to this earlier about the quantum physics. Here we talk about the different types of brain waves or states of brain, the gamma, the beta, alpha, theta, and delta. Dr. Emoto showed us with, his studies about how our thoughts and our words can affect the crystals of the water. And we are made of water. We are made of that. So it also affects us. Amen. I want to also point out about the heart. So just like the brain has waves, the heart has waves. Noticing how the word heart has art in it, I believe. And then you also see the word magnetism, because the heart has magnetism. The word magnet has net in it. So through our art, when we speak from our heart, when we speak or we create something from our heart, it is a type of magnetism. Amen. When you create something beautiful, when you say something beautiful, a piece of poetry, or even if you're somebody who writes code or whatever, but if you learn how to do it from a place of your heart, it is it's a force that brings things in. It brings resources to us. Amen. And how do we open up that heart? This is something that many womb beings on this planet don't even know, that you can have breast orgasms. Not clitoral, not cervical, or even full body, but orgasms that open up the heart. This needs to happen more. I believe, this is just my opinion, I believe this is why so many of our beautiful womb beings are dying or having breast cancer, because there's not enough orgasming from the breast. Let's take a deep breath in, breathing in here, breathing in, and out. Noticing how the word breast is very similar to the word breath. And then again, observation, that which will serve our ob, is the word brain has Ra in it. So I believe that the reason why it has the word Ra, again, the sun god, in it, is because we shine literally with our thoughts and our feelings. We are shining. We are stars. The word star has Ra in it, just backwards. Breast and breath. Look at the word water. Again, everything is rippling. If we could see things like Neo in the Matrix, everything, even the physical, is rippling. I believe that's why the word water, and if you take the M and flip it, and then add a T, is matter. The matter, the water. So water and matter. Matter is just like water that is in a different state. Amen. And then if we look at the word stress, how it has the word rest in it as well. You just got to refigure it, but the word stress has rest in it. Moving to the next principle, the fifth principle, correspondence. That the ancient said that Tahuti, the god of wisdom, said there is always correspondence between the laws of phenomena. As above, so below. As above, so below. If we look at the heart chakra, you see the two triangles, the one going up, the one going down. The ancient people of Kamut or Egypt, they had a symbol like that too. And the ancient Hebrews, they have the Morgan Dawid or the Star of David, the Morgan Dawid, that speaks about as above, so below. The lingam, the erect penis, and the yoni space, the portal that connects us to this world. As above, so below. That is another principle of SEX, especially on the emotional component. So here we see, we have the grand, the solar, the universe, the galaxy, but then we also see the atom. For those of you who comic book heads, I think Brendan was, I think Neil, you might be, we see Dr. Manhattan from DC Comics, and he's a powerful being. In the comic books, he's known as this powerful being. And what does he do as his symbol? He draws it on his head, a hydrogen atom, because that is the simplest atom. So as above, so below. This is another aspect of SEX, central emotional exchange. Here we see the spider web. Many of our ancients, whether it be the Aborigines or the Aboriginals, the heart original beings of Australia, or the Aboriginal people of the Americas, of the Amexa, they speak about grandmother spider. I don't think that's by coincidence that they call a grandmother spider, a lot of the First Nations peoples. So you see the spider web. Below that, you see the fascia or the fascia of our body that holds our organs in place, so that when we move around, our guts and stuff just don't go shaking around. That's our fascia. Then we see to the left of that, the internet. The internet, or the what? World Wide Web. It's hidden right in front of our face, y'all. It can be enraging sometimes, but it's also beautiful that it's hidden right in plain sight in front of us. And then above that, that is an artist's depiction of what Neil was talking about earlier on a quantum level, string theory, that everything is connected. How does all of this come together? Sensual emotional exchange. When we orgasm, we are sending waves throughout all creation. And then we are able to become the oracle to receive information from all of creation. Notice how the word creation has ion in it. Aho. Again, as above, so below. So the word plasma, we see that associated with the sun, the plasma. Well, plasma is ionized gas. Notice how, again, I was telling you about the words ion. So many of our words in English or Anglish or angle or angelish, the speech of the angels, English, angel speech, is put together to let us know that there's ions being exchanged and there's energy being exchanged. So, but the plasma is highly ionized. Then we have plasma in our blood. Plasma in our blood has ions in it. And this last sentence here, the kidneys regulate the levels of plasma ion concentrations. So we'll get back into that for a moment. But again, as above, so below. Plasma in the sun, plasma in our blood. both having to do with ions, the transfers of energy. Again, with sensual emotion exchange, sex. Look at the word plasma, the etymology of it is that it means to mold or shape. And I believe if we could see like this picture in the middle of Kalima, if we could see it, if we could see things, we would look like that. That's how we really look, if we could see with different eyes. Corona, how interesting in 2020, that the global activation, I don't call it by those other names, the global activation. We had this, it says that the sun has a corona or a crown, but we can't see it unless there's a what? An eclipse. We can't see the corona, how deep that we can't see the crown of the sun unless there's an eclipse. So I also call what happened in 2020 with that pure vision, I call it the great eclipse. Y'all, I know y'all know what I'm talking about. That was the time of the great eclipse that helped us to see our corona, our crown even greater. Amen. The solar plexus. And again, for time, I'm not going to go deep into that. Just the solar plexus, as above, so below. The torus field, the electromagnetic field. We see at the top left-hand corner, the magnets and the iron shavings, and how it creates this beautiful torus field. That is what's happening with our heart. And we call it what? Our aura, our aura. Notice how the word Ra is in it. And as my Queen Kirti pointed out to me, the word AU, aura, the AU of it is, if you look at the periodic table, that is gold. So our golden Ra, our golden, again, we're shining, y'all. Remember who you are. Remember, like Brendan talked about, put it back together. We're putting it back together. We're helping each other. Right now in the portal of Ascension, we're helping each other to put it back together. The kidneys. Notice how the kidneys regulate the plasma ion concentrations. Notice how the word concentration has ions in it. And also the kidneys are in the low back. And that is where we associate the Kundalini to be at. Is again, this exchange of ions. And notice, and again, I want to point out how, if you look at in acupuncture, the kidney channel starts at the bottom of the feet with Yang Quan, kidney 1, and then through the urinary bladder, which is connected to the kidneys, the UB channel, it goes up to the crown or the corona, the crown chakra. As above, so below. This is SEX, Central Motion Exchange, always happening in us. Amen. Observation, again, that which will serve the Ab. The word plasma has Ma in it. Corona has Ra in it. Solar has Ra in it. And the word earth, EARTH, if you take the H and put it at the front, it is heart. Now we move to the exchange. The exchange, as we get ready to close out with the last two principles. So it's sensual emotional exchange. The sensual being the vibration, the rhythm, and the gender. The emotional component being polarity. I'm sorry, correspondence and cause and effect. And now we move into the exchange. The sixth principle of the principles of Tahuti is that everything is dual. It's talking about polarity. Everything is dual. Everything has this pair of opposites. Like and unlike are the same. Opposites are identical in nature, but different in degree. Extremes meet. All truths, this one is deep. All truths are but half truths. Someone said earlier that we're putting this puzzle together. Each one of us bringing our piece to it, our piece to it. Ashe. Ashe means, and so it is. Notice how the word polarity has Ra in it. Notice how the word polarity has air in it. So on the physical level, we have gender, but I believe when many of us say that, oh, I'm a non-binary being, or that you know, when we ask someone's pronouns and they say, well, I'm not a she or a he, I'm a them. I believe this is what we're speaking to, is that polarity, that we are beyond, just like we see on this depiction on the left, Doctor Strange being knocked out his body. That is polarity. We see the words magnetic. The word magnetic, notice how the word magnetic has magic in it, because it is a force that we can't see with our naked eye, but yet I believe gravity, when I drop this pen, that is a type of magnetism. That gravity is a type of magnetism. It is an unseen force, so it's magical. Notice again how the word magnetic also has net in it. And then what some might call electricity, I like to call it radiance, because radiance has Ra in it. And it also has the word dance in it. So radiance is that energy, or the masculine energy that starts the dance. It walks over to that beautiful being and like, you want to dance? And she's like, I don't mind if I do. So magnetic and radiance. And we can't escape this, y'all. You talked about this earlier, Neil. This is in quantum physics, so on the physical level of SEX, we have gender, we have a lingam, or we have a penis. Maybe you might be, if you have both, but you either have one or the other, right? In most cases. So that's gender. But when we talk about polarity, that's when we start to get quantum, because quantum is like the coin is spinning. We're not heads, we're not tails. We never talk about that third side of the coin that is making the coin spin. That's the edge of the coin. So when we talk about polarity, we're not head or tails. We are both at the same time. That is quantum computing. We as beings, we're moving from the binary code, the zeros and ones, and we are remembering that we are quantum beings. Aho, amen, ashe. So we are not just particle, we are not just wave, we are particles and waves. And if we don't remember that, then we're just batteries in the matrix. And as we get ready to round out here, I know that we're almost with time. We see the yin and yang, like Brendan's, he had on a magnet showing the yin and yang. Again, we have Shiv and Shakti here, and it's a dance that we cannot escape. Observation, magnetic, radiance. Notice how the word individual has dual in it. That's deep. Individual has dual in it. The word battery, it's powerful. So you have the Ab level, but in ancient Kemet or Kamut, they also had another level called Ba, which is high consciousness. Notice how the word man has Ma in it, the mother. Notice how the word masculine has Ma, the mother, in it. The word womb has Om in it. And the word spiritual. Again, we're talking about polarity of SEX, central emotional exchange. The word spiritual shows the spiral, again, the feminine, and then also the ritual, that part of it that is ritualized or pattern that has a certain rigidness to it, which is the father principle. Spiritual, ritual. And let's close out with this last principle, the principle of mentalism, that everything is mental. So SEX, what is the X factor? Consciousness with the breath, and awareness with the breath. We can't escape it. So what gets us away from what breaks us out of the mental realm, the rigidness of things? Orgasm. Orgasm helps us release that tension. And it does different things to different parts of the brain. Again, I'm not going to go into this because of time, but different parts of the brain shut down and other parts open. Again, basically the left brain, the masculine energy of it closes down during orgasm and allows us to go into the right brain, the feminine energy, the holistic part of our being. And science, at least some sciences agree with that. It also, in orgasm, they've done studies that it can allow us to be able to have other parts of our body bring us to orgasm. Even people who are not able to feel in their genitals can have orgasms. That is because we are greater than the nervous system. We are an awareness system. And during orgasm, we have dopamines, chemicals, neural transmitters that are awakened. that is done in the brain, part of the brain that's called the basal ganglia. I want you to look at that picture to the left, y'all. Look, take a good look at it. Take a mental picture of that. The basal ganglia, and in the basal ganglia, we have one part of that is called the substantia nigra. Anytime we hear that word nigra, you know, I get a little shaky. But anyway, just joking there, halfly. But substantia nigra, it means the black or the dark. It's part of our central awareness system, and is located in the basal ganglia. And the dopamine is a neurotransmitter or hormone that spontaneously creates melanin. A lot of times we associate melanin with the pigmentation of our skin. Notice how the word skin has kin in it, because we are all one kin. But we're not talking about melanin in the skin. We are talking about melanin in the brain. Melanin in the brain, we see the carbon, the hydrogen, the oxygen, and the nitrogen is part of the melanin. And it is my belief, or my own inner knowing, that orgasm opens us up to the genius zone. Notice how the word genius has gene in it. It opens us up to the avatar state, where we can control the fire within us, the carbon, the hydrogen, the water, the nitrogen, the earth, and the oxygen, the air. As we close out here, that connects us to the dark matter. Again, you were talking about the science of it, Neil, the dark mother, the dark matter, that we are able to connect to that supercomputer through orgasm. We are able to connect into the beautiful supercomputer of creation. And also the grandfather, Asar. In ancient ancient Kamut or Kemet, they call him the Lord of the perfect black. Again, we need to stop the whitewashing of ancient Egypt, y'all, of ancient Kamut. These were Africans. We have all contributed to her story, his story, our story. Aho. And so, but they talk about Asar, which has the word Ra in it, the Lord of the perfect black. Look at I told you to take a mental picture. Look at how the basal ganglia looks like the eyes of Asar, the eyes of Heru. Notice how he has on his crown the snake. It's all connected, y'all. This is central emotional exchange. It is one of our greatest tools to bring us back to and to help us evolve and remember that we are goddess, we are God. And so in closing out, the last observation, notice how the word attention has ion in it. Notice how the word tension has ion in it. When we put our attention, energy follows thought and blood follows energy. When we take our attention and we put it in our bodies and we allow ourselves to be in an orgasmic state, and remember that breath is always orgasmic and that we are made of orgasm. You can't be separate from orgasm. So when we take our attention and remember that, it gets rid of the tension. Amen. Mind and wind. So notice how mind, if you just take the mind and flip it, the wind, again, I told you that the X factor is that our breath cannot be separated from our consciousness. The word read has Ra in it. The word mental has metal in it. And that's for a reason that we won't be able to get into. But melatonin also has metal in it. Serotonin, remember what I said, the Sera or Seraph, it means snake. Again, the Kundalini. So we have serotonin being associated again with the snake. That's interesting. And then lastly, the last observation that I'll leave you with is that the word genesis has gene in it. Here we see depicted in the shape of the Ab is Mayat. And I want y'all to hold your hands out like this. That in ancient Kamut or Egypt, Kemet, they said that our hearts, so you can imagine your heart being in your left hand and in your right hand being a feather, like on her head, the golden feather. They said that our heart has to be as light as a feather. And Jesus said what? Yahshua said what? That unless we are like a child, that we will not enter the kingdom or the kingdom of God. So in order to enter the kingdom or to be aware that the kingdom or the kingdom of God is right here for us right now, notice how the word now has no in it. I'm sorry, the word now, no, has now in it, we remember to have our heart be as light as a feather. Central emotional exchange, SEX, helps us to do that. And so if y'all want to connect, I have a book, Sacred Orgasmic Living, and Kirti and me do coaching around this stuff, helping couples, helping singles to remember this. And again, y'all, I appreciate y'all. Supreme evolution expansion. Aho. Ashe. Amen.
Brother, thank you so much. Such a beautiful presentation. Everything that you shared, especially just the words, like the spells that we have created, words that are invocations that we've completely forgot and are doing and saying unconsciously. So it's really like what you did right here, beyond, did many things, but definitely for us to remember that what we're saying and speaking, we're invoking these energies. So thank you, brother.
Wow. I'm just blown away, Shofar, because you brought in such an advanced perspective. And as Neil first said, breaking down the words are so important, the meaning of the words. And I mean, let's face it, we're programmed through the words that they took the meaning away and they changed it into something else. Also, your perception on sex, sensuality, this sex expansion of vibrational frequency and energy, and that you were able to break it down in really comprehensible pieces. I just so admire, and I think there's a lot there. I mean, that's true. It's where the center of vibrational energy is. So I think everyone really appreciated that.
Thank you all. I appreciate you.
Advanced wisdom.
Sharaya, you want to jump on real quick?
Sure. Yes, the language and the connection to the deep esoteric mystery schools of the past. It's sort of emerging in whatever ways we have the capacity for it to emerge through us. These ancient lineages and these ancient wisdom teachings, have gotten hidden, lost, obfuscated, changed, hinted at, and are still within us as living teachings. So we're now piecing it all back, PEACING it all back together as we go. So that was a brilliant example of bringing forward the ancient mysteries in ways that are now digestible, that we can start putting two and two together about how, what is this plasmic orgasmic universe that we're a part of, and how does it work?
Oof.
Why don't we know about it?
There's this whole understanding too of black holes and white holes, and just being that yoni and that and the penis exchange of the energy, basically like the universe is like making love to itself and creating us in the process, So it's just all really metaphoric and beautiful. And just a couple other things that stood out for me before we transition here into our next guest. What you shared about Ra and the Sarah and the brain with Ra, and how the brain is activated. We're like giant plants receiving the frequency of the sun. And even D3 in our brain is actually activated by the sunlight, right? So it's all connected to that. Even the pineal gland is connected to it. So that was probably one of the most mind-blowing pieces of awareness you shared. But also the third aspect, we've been in this polarity. And a lot of channelers, people connected to ET, starseed information, talk about us going to the third point, which is the integration point. And you talk about that coin, you have the polarity of the coin, and then it's spinning. And we forget that the central point is the spinning of the coin of the polarities, right? And that's like where we're going right now. So geniusly presented, brother. Thank you so much. Again, just deep gratitude for you, man. And so excited for all the things we're going to be creating together.
Master teachings is how I feel. So thank you so much for bringing us through.
Thank you all. Thank you. And thank you all for all of us together, creating this collective thing that we've done together. And thank you all for being in a place of being receptive, to it as well, because that's the thing too, with each one of us being such powerful beings, we're in a place where we're looking for those spaces where our wisdom, and the word wisdom has om in it, where our peace and our wisdom can be received. And that's the powerful of the feminine, is to be in this beautiful place of receiving. So I appreciate each one of y'all for being in that place too for me.
It's beautiful. I love your ancestors that you brought your teachers in. Epic.
Thank you again, brother. All right, everybody. So we're going to go now into our next guest. Before I do, there was a couple people in the Q&A that asked for me to talk about the San Diego conference that's going to be happening, the Portal to Ascension conference, our largest event of the 100+ events we do a year that is now coming back to being live. Thank the universe, because we went online for 2 years and we were in Irvine, and now we're moving to San Diego at the Marina Village, right next to SeaWorld, overlooking the marina, most epic space. And when we're done here, I'm going to screen share the conference site, share with you a few people that are going to be there. But it's truly going to be an amazing event. And Michelle's going to be there hosting, Joan's hosting, helping me do it. Sharaya is helping with the website. So I'll share a little bit more about that in just a bit. But let's now get into our next guest here. And Michelle, I see you popped on. Did you want to say something really quick, Michelle, or are you sticking around for the end?
I just wanted to say really quickly that was so profound. As I was driving, I'm almost to my mom's house, and I think the world really will benefit from this whole presentation. But that presentation really brings us to a greater awareness that sexual energy is the highest form of creation on the planet. And everything that he shared, thank you so much. I just wanted to chime in and say that, because I think a lot of people needed to hear that right now. And wouldn't it be great if we could teach that to our children in schools instead of what they're being taught now?
Definitely. Thank you for sharing, Michelle. Yeah, bringing that other dynamic, that aspect into this really helps assist in this being a full circle, heal the divide, not just talking about externally and healing with relationships, but bringing unity to that polarity within us. All right, so everybody, I'm excited to be introducing our next guest here, and I think you can see her. Her camera has started, and this is Lauren Bruno, and this is also her debut on Portals to Ascension. She's an amazing individual that I've connected with through Brendan from Paradigm Shift Central. She's one of the creators on there that have been a part of his community, and I've been a part of his as well. So we've shared some space with each other and some events, and really got an opportunity to dive into what she shares. We've had a Zoom call where we just kind of shared about our lives with each other. I really got a feel for her in general. But what she does is she provides a lot of tools and techniques for us to really have these conversations with ourselves and with others and heal, and also heal the relationships, right? And again, this isn't just about healing external relationships, because the real relationship that really matters, that we need to harmonize, is the one with ourselves, how we communicate with ourselves. And she has been putting out a lot of information in regards to this. And on her Instagram, which I'll put in the chat in a little bit from now, she puts out some amazing videos there too, with just little reels of inspiration, really, and also techniques that you can utilize to really cultivate that in your own life. So Lauren is a trauma-based hypnotherapist that helps spiritual romantics transform from pain to power. And I'm just really excited to be introducing her to the community here. Lauren, welcome. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you so much for having me, Neil. It's an honor to be here. I so much enjoyed the past presentations, and our sexual energy is one of our biggest forms of power. And also moving that energy from that womb space up into the heart is really powerful as well. But today I wanted to talk about a little bit on autonomous relating and how we can heal the divide through relating to each other and relating to ourselves. And so I'm a hypnotherapist and energy healer that help spiritual romantics release pain, shame, and guilt from childhood trauma and past life trauma, all of these different parallel lives that we have within our bodies. So I'll be sharing the screen. And as many of us know, our pain is one of the biggest parts of our power. So when we start to transform that pain and we really work within that uncomfort, we are rising up as a community. And so it's such an honor to be part of this community and to meet you all. Hello, hello. And I'm sharing my screen. And so relational foundation and building autonomous connections is all about building our own emotional maturity with ourselves. So we live in a world where we're constantly sending and receiving information to each other, not just with our words, but with our vibrant resonance, with our vibration, with our tonality, with our frequencies. Yes, with our stories. That's how we relate to each other, is similar paths, similar stories. But this can create a constant feedback loop within our auric field. And sometimes we're connecting directly from the heart through present mindfulness, but other times we're connecting through our mind. We're connecting with triggers, with ego. And that's okay. It's okay to connect through our ego. Sometimes it's okay to connect through a healthy ego, especially when we learn to relate that way. But we can build up defense systems within our physical body, our mental and emotional body. And this is where there can be little holes within our auric fields. And this is where disassociation can start to occur, where triggers might be repeating themselves, trauma might be repeating themselves, relationship patterns might be repeating themselves, especially if they're toxic. This is all built in our subconscious mind and built through childhood. So these emotional buildups need to be regulated. It's a constant process of regulation, as many of you may know, and clearing our energy through our auric field and within our body is so important to create these heart-centered connections and really be presently mindful with each other. Now, some of the energetic defense systems you can see within the aura is that we might withdraw and take back our energy or avoid something, or we might people please and place our energy a little bit too much on others. And this creates a kind of push-pull within our energy versus being grounded and anchored within our own frequency. And so a lot of what I do as a hypnotherapist is work within the subconscious mind. And our subconscious mind is so powerful. It's 88% of our brain power, probably more now, but it's built throughout childhood. And it could be built from past lives as well. So our family dynamics, our ancestral DNA, everything that's ingrained within our belief systems, we see it as positive or negative, that polarity that you were talking about. And once we challenge our way of thinking and being, then we can start to rewrite those patterns and create different neuronal synapses that will provide growth and safety. And as we rise together, that's what we aim to do. So negative associations could be something like body autonomy and really wanting body autonomy, especially in this time. And so we see that as negative. We see lack of control, lack of safety. And how can we reframe that? How can we switch that so that we are creating change and releasing the anger, the shame, the frustration that's built into the body, and really rewrite that, release that so that we can build anew? As we're connecting with other people through these diverse opinions, how can we communicate them in a responsible, authentic way? And so our relationship with our parents, our relationship that we were brought up in, plays such a huge role in how we're relating to other people today. And it creates our attachment styles, how we're connecting to people. So we can be either secure within our bodies or sometimes a little anxious around certain people, avoidant around certain scenarios or things that we might need to communicate to others. And how can we feel safer within those relationships, within the relationship with ourselves, first and foremost, in order to challenge that perception and keep growing in a little bit of uncomfort? Because it's okay to be uncomfortable. The point of it is to be uncomfortable in a way that is allowing yourself to grow and expand. So many values that we hold within our life, we might have trauma in. And part of the main values in our value system is our family, as we just talked about, how we were brought up within those relationships. Our finances is a huge one, especially in the spiritual community. It may be hard to work with money. Sex and love, of course. How do we have an intimate relationship with our own sex drive and orgasm with ourselves? Health. How do we feed our body, fuel our mind, our physical body? Is it raw, organic, beautiful food that's helping nourish us? Creative play. This is one of the biggest parts of my work as well, is really playing with the inner child, embracing the inner child, and knowing that that's a big part of our life, being creative, allowing flow to come out of us, and not taking it all so seriously. And our career. How are we following that dharma? How are we continuing to embrace what just bursts out of our heart? So when we're relating to others in these channels, we might be holding trauma in certain areas. And all of these areas hold relationships, relational connection. So when we're communicating with others, there may be projections that come at, or we may project onto others. We may ask leading questions. So how can we start to notice this more and more and recognize when judgments, unsolicited advice is given, respectfully see it, hold it, and set boundaries with it? In order to release that need to control others, or feeling guilty about who we are, feeling guilty or shameful about an area of our life, an area in these value systems. Now, triggers. We all know that triggers happen. They happen all the time. And triggers don't necessarily need to be a bad thing. They're a natural response to sensitivity in an area of your life. So things that might be uncomfortable, like, for example, giving presentations in front of people could be a little uncomfortable, but they're motivating. And once you're part of that trigger, once you allow that trigger to be, then you're expanding into a different area of your life. You're allowing that contraction to take hold and then expanding further to grow your energetic body and to create a bigger energetic blueprint in the world so that we can create global change. Now, it all starts within, as we know, as within, so without. So the micro creating the macro, and our relationship with ourselves, first and foremost, reparenting ourselves and what we experienced, especially if it was traumatic in childhood. And so we can continue to move into triggers, continue to speak with people that may or may not trigger us. And so it's constructive way of living and not destructive. So within all relationships, as we're communicating disagreements, as we're communicating needs, wants, desires, connection, setting boundaries may need to be more embodied and clear within our auric field, within the anchor system, within our chakras. And so that there's no real energy leaks coming in or out, and that communication is secure and clear. So really being radically honest and clear with people in our lives and explaining our needs is a big part of how we're creating more and more heart-centered connection. What are our needs as you're relating to others, whether that's an area of relationships? Is it being communicated in I am statements? I am seeking and open to an area of relating, whether that's intimacy, love, sex, connection, affection. All of these areas are values within relationships. And as we're creating more connections, we're creating what we seek. And so really being clear with people in our lives and our value systems is what we aim to do, especially as we're healing the divide, right? Even those that may have disagreements with us. And so mindful presence in connection is one of the biggest tools that we can use with hypnotherapy, with meditation, with breath work, with all of these different tools that are provided with Source or God or Buddha, and however you connect with a higher divine power, truly praying with that and setting clear intentions with that as you're connecting. It's a real skill. It's a real skill to be able to have relationships that are flexible and honest and have open communication and setting boundaries in clear, concise ways. And as we're doing this, we're creating more intimacy with ourselves and others. And intimacy is the foundation of what we're creating here. So I would love to end off with this short practice of creating more intentional creative needs. And maybe anyone listening right now can pick an area of your life that you would like to have a real intention around, whether this is family, finances, sex and love, health, creative play, or career. And so what's one clear intention that you can set around this area? And a clear intention is something that's really tangible. What can you write down? Whether that's finances, I would like to create 6K in my business so that I can give back 2K to a donation-based or earth-based or water-based funding. And so is there a bullshit excuse that's stopping you from communicating or fulfilling this intention? Because what we're receiving and we're giving back to, we might have a mindset block. We might have something that's telling us we can't make this amount of money because it's not right for the world. So how can we fulfill this? How can we write down and really write it down? I definitely recommend writing all this down or speaking it out loud to get it out of your head, get that blockage out of your head so that you can fulfill your intention. And then what's one need that you will fulfill today to get one step closer to this? Whether that's donating to something, giving back to someone, creating a heart-centered connection, telling someone that you may have a difficult connection with that you really care about them. What's something that you're grateful for that connection? What did they teach you within that tough connection? And then what's one aligned and committed action that you can do today to get the result in that area? So really setting an intention of something that's tough for you, something that's difficult in one of these value areas. And then what's that bullshit excuse stopping you from fulfilling that? And what's the real need? What's the need of why? What's your why to do that? And then one little baby step that you can commit to today to get this done. And as we're doing this more and more, then we're creating more expansion in our connections and our relationships and love for ourselves. We're setting ourselves up to expand when we're moving into something that's a little bit triggering. And we need others to trigger us a little bit in constructive ways so that we know how to set better boundaries, how to speak our truth radically, and how to be really honest with ourselves and others. And so, thank you for listening and inviting me here. It's such an honor to work with clients to release pain and shame and guilt from childhood and from past lives so that we can really empower each other and be bigger, be louder, speak our truth, because our truth is so needed in this world, especially if it's a little controversial. So thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Beautiful. Thank you so much. I love everything you shared, and especially those questions right there, just really an opportunity to reflect and ask yourselves those questions. And then especially the part, what is one step that we can do, that I can do right now to move this forward, you know? And it's so interesting because everything always works out perfectly at this point. I create the schedule and I just know intuitively everybody comes exactly where they need to come. You know, it's like after doing this for so many years, I just know it works out like that. And today we opened up, we went to so many different topics. We dived into deep esoterics, and then you brought it down to earth right now, you know, just grounded it in with the steps that we can take to make this practical change. And after being so open and activated all day, I feel we're at the level now where it's time to bring it down and actually start taking these actions. So I just want to thank you so much for just, you know, doing that for this whole experience today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Mm-hmm. Anybody on the panel want to jump in here and comment?
Yes, that was very, very grounded and practical, and a good way to close out the show and round it out. So thank you so much, Lauren.
It was like the missing piece, which was the really pragmatic, practical, how to intentionally shift. I love that. I think you are just such a great asset to us. So thank you.
Yeah, Lauren, I love the intention, you know, that you put, you know, even the word intention. And like I said earlier, is that's exchange of ion is like just setting forth the intention for us to do something. It's something as important as relating, you know, like whether we're talking about intimate relating or our families and around so many different powerful parts of our being. So you had up there about our money or our careers and different things, setting an intention about how we're going to relate in all those things is so powerful. So I appreciate the medicine.
So, Lauren, I know you do, because a lot of what you've shared, and for my own journey, it's a lot of these concepts are easier said than done, right? So I've been really blessed to have people in my life that has helped hold my hand when I go through these situations, and really just like to kind of hold me accountable for it. And I know you work with clients, so do you want to just maybe talk about what you offer and how people can work with you in case like they really need some more assistance on, rather than just looking at those questions and reflecting on it themselves? Are you able to support them in actually moving through this process?
Absolutely. I provide one-on-one coaching with clients that associate themselves as spiritual romantics, those that love to romanticize life and love relationships, especially from past lives. And quantum healing hypnosis is a big aspect of what I do. So I have 3-month one-on-one program. And the first month is releasing any shame or pain or guilt stored from the subconscious inner child, from past lives, parallel lives that we have within us now. And it's a really powerful way to understand more about who we are at a multidimensional level and what we're carrying over. It's also fascinating to experience our own past lives, or parallel lives, however you like to call them, really, because they're all existing within us now. And then we really empower and integrate different aspects of this. So how can we release those mindset blocks that are holding us back, and then push further into creating relationships that are more aligned, and even open relating if you identify as polyamorous, or just open relationships. Those really definitely need to be communicated clearer and more maturely, so that we're setting ourselves up to have fun relationships that are playful and intimate, but also honest and real. And then the 3rd month is more empowerment and activation and manifestation. So I've had some clients release and regulate diabetes levels, endometriosis pain, physical pain that could be stored in the body from this, and become life coaches themselves, right? We can all create these careers and passions that really drive us and excite us and make us want to wake up in the morning to support other people. And it's such an important aspect of this world to be able to share our love with others in a sustainable way.
Lauren, thank you so much. Deep gratitude for you, everything you do. And everybody, you should check her out on Instagram too. I posted the link in the chat, because she does just golden nuggets of information there that just help you reflect on your own reality in life and just continue your process of healing and understanding who you are, communicating. So thank you once more, Lauren. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Neil. Have a good one. Thank you, everyone. It was so nice to meet you all.
All right. So Sharaya, I know that you wanted to share something on your phone.
Oh,
Are you able to do this?
I was trying to do it on the phone, but I did a post-show tarot reading, actually. So let me just see if I can pick up the computer here and just show you guys, give you a quick visual. Can you guys see that okay?
Yeah.
All right. So it's transformed from the reading I did at the beginning. We've definitely made progress here today. We've got a lot of major arcana you're seeing there. We got 6 major arcana and an Ace of Pentacles coming through here. And the 9 of Cups above is saying we've filled our cups together today, and we're a big yes with that Ace of Pentacles to the goodness moving forward. There's been a lot of charitable activity, which you can see in the middle card there. We are giving lovingly to each other. And that 7 of Swords says we've leveraged some strategy to take the best and leave the rest, and to navigate together. We've really gotten some strategies today for everyone, and each person will take whatever hit them the best for that strategy. And then with the outcome being the Hermit down there, this means our guides and our own inner wisdom are totally activated and full front and center and present. And moving forward, the advice is the 5 of Swords there with the conflict, with all that conflict energy and that divide and conquer energy. Our advice is to use and leverage the inner magician within to transform and transmute that energy and create the world we want instead. And we've got the great strength of the heart, the earth, the heart, the ear, the hearing, the mother, the father, the divine lovers came in very strongly, uniting that. Like in the earlier reading I did, the devil had come up, which is the same card, but separated. And now they're here together. Death is transformation and change. So we are on a transformational journey into the new sun, the new dawn, and the new day, as you'll see from the last two cards down there. So I just want to say good work, everybody. We've done good things. Transformation, it's all happening. It's happening. Yes, it is. So thanks to everyone. And did we want to still do a little, anybody comments on that reading, or do you want me to hop into a little?
Well, I'm going to share a couple of things, and then when we close out, I want you to do the invocation here. But yeah, if anybody wants to comment, so let's do this. We kind of do have to close up in like 11 minutes, but we just heard from Lauren, Sharaya. I want to hear from Joan and Shofar. Just your closing thoughts, just some energy, any inspiration that you want to share in this moment. Then I'm going to share a couple of events, and then we'll get into a closing invocation.
Sounds good.
All right, I'll start. So we started with, these are the days for which we are called, and to be one of the chosen ones, you must say yes. And we entered into the portal and into a whole energy of really learning how to handle life here on planet Earth as a higher frequency being. And coming down into then how to handle your 3D world, your emotions, your feelings. And so I just feel like this was an incredible exploration of inner and outer unification on all levels. Honored to really be a part of it. It's my first observation.
Thank you, Joan. Shofar?
Well, again, I thank you for, Neil, for, creating this and seeing it first. It started in the realm of the mental, with an idea, a thought, a feeling. And then you made it practical and put it here in the world of Mater, the mother. And so I appreciate you for doing that, fam. And I appreciate each one of y'all, Brendan, included, for making room and clearing space for us to do this together. And I love to say that, like, healing divide, where I think that all of us and all of the people listening through time and space, those who are going to listen to the quote unquote replay in time and space. I also say that when you think about just quote unquote racially, all of our different ancestors that are on this together, and then how we transcended that together. And then also time zones. I saw somebody they said they were in Sydney. You might have somebody in Japan. So different time zones. So what I'm getting at is, like, you might have somebody that's in tomorrow already, supposedly tomorrow, and yet here we are in the now together quantumly. So I appreciate you all. We are already healing the divide in this portal of Ascension. And so it is.
So it is, bro. Thank you so much. And yes, rest assured, everybody, we have contributed to unity on Earth. No matter what could be said, this event was that we created an activation. We spoke about it for 6 hours straight. We did a meditation for it. We have contributed towards unity on Earth. And this energy is just going to be integrated into this grid for the future generations and for all that we are in store for. Because we have some beauty in store for us. There's so much potential for this planet. I just can't wait for us to basically experience that. And also, just like what Shofar said, this awareness, there's around 500 something people that signed up for this. Around 400 of them still need to get the replay, right? This isn't going to stop today. And then the YouTube's going to keep going out. And then I'm chopping up every one of these speakers and putting it on my podcast, which gets 1,000 views each. We're going to keep the ripple consciousness going on for this event specifically, as we do for many others. But this one, Unity Conscious Wave, has just started. So what we've done today is we've unlocked something. Okay. And we're just going to continue riding that wave. And then that goes into the Heal the Trauma and Planetary Energy Shift event on June 24th. So I have almost something going out for this event almost every other day up until that day. And then we do it again. But this time we specifically concentrate on healing the trauma and collective trauma. There's the individual trauma. There's the collective trauma. There's also collective belief systems that we can actually shift and create something new so that we can cultivate beauty on this planet. So I'm just really excited to just be sharing this with all of you and having some amazing souls be a part of this event today. So again, thank you everybody for tuning in. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to share a few events, and then we're going to officially close off with Sharaya just doing a closing invocation for today's experience. And first events I want to show. There's quite a few events, as you guys know, coming up in Portal to Ascension, but I'm just going to choose 3 of them right here. I am doing my Origin of Humanity presentation, which is the evolution, June 2222. And 2, I didn't realize it cost 22. So I got 6 2s right there. And this one is basically, if you want to create a subtitle for it, it's called The Root of All Religion. And this is me going through over 300 different creation stories of ancient civilizations from all over the world and drawing parallels and creating like a whole area on extraterrestrial connection, sound and frequency. And then at the end of this presentation, I created a common a creation story, including, I think my internet's going out for a second, so let me take a moment here. There we go. And including all of the common similarities within origin stories, one origin story, to see if there's a root. When I first got into it, like the reason why we're even here right now, event, was I had a question back in 2000, 2001. And that question was, what is the root of all religion? From wanting to know the root of all religion, everything with Ascension manifested, from quantum physics to extraterrestrial to ancient history. I wanted to see why there were so many things, and this is the unity thing too. There's so many similarities within all these ancient religions and tech, but then why do we focus on our differences? How come religions that have stories as these polytheistic religions, they're supposed to be completely separate, because monotheism can't even be relate with another? Those are the questions I had. So this presentation is going to be going into that. And then after, another one that has actually been a long time coming as well is the Indus Valley in India 2-day online conference. The thought I had was I really wanted to know, being from North India, being born in England, living in the US, I was really curious to know how I became who I was, my ancestry, many, many years ago, before I started feeling that they're doing something with that DNA. And when I did my ancestry, I thought I was going to come back, oh my God, I'm going to come back with Egyptian origins because Indian connection, Mongolian, Persian, all this stuff. And my DNA results came back. It came back 100% Indian. And at first I was like, wait a second, I can't figure out where I came from. Before that, I realized, well, it's pretty amazing because not too many cultures in the world to do their DNA studies show just one bloodline from the area. So I started getting curious, what is the root of ancient India? And then I teamed up with Sharaya, and we've been doing an ancient civilization series. We did Kemet, we did the Maya. Now this is a 2-day deep dive into ancient India origins. Okay, it's probably one of the most profound, full circle ancient Indian origin conferences ever created, and I've done a lot of research on them, so I can say that. Where not only are we going to talk about the Indus Valley civilization and how it could be connected to land of Kush in South Egypt and how they migrated over to that area, but we're going to have Ayurvedic information. We're going to have astronomical alliance and dating of the Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita. We're going to be deciphering Sanskrit texts. We're going to be talking about the ancient pyramids in India. So this event is going to be extremely profound. And that's coming up in just a couple of weeks here. And, when I handed over to you, Sharaya, since you're a big part of these events here, maybe you want to comment on them as well. And then just the last thing I'm going to share with you, which isn't finally completely done yet, is again the San Diego conference. That's going to be April 21, 22, 23 of 2023 in San Diego at the Marina Village Conference Center. And the website will probably be launched within the next few days. It's up right now, but it's not fully active. Everything's not there yet. And just some of the guests that we're going to have, right? Of course, we're going to uncover our true world history and timeline. Who are we? Where did we come from? What is the spiritual understanding of the ancients? Why do we talk about spirituality and consciousness when we go back in time? What are the cycles of time? And the extraterrestrial existence and UFO disclosure, because it wouldn't be Portal to Ascension if we didn't bring that stuff in, because that is one of my favorite topics. We're going to be going deep into interdimensional awareness. We'll be touching on the linear aspect of the disclosure as well and shedding some truth into it, because it's really about bringing the awareness to the experiencer. What is going on? What are the experiences people are having? What is our ancestry and our connection to these beings? Why are they so interested in our DNA? These are things that we're going to be discussing here. And just some of the guests. Here we got Rob Earth, who's a newcomer to Portal Ascension, Robert Grant, Joan, Vox Angeles, and then unfortunately Elizabeth April will not be able to make it, so got to shift that. We got JJ Desiree Hurtak, Sonic Geometry with Eric Rankin, Robert Schock, the geologist that redated the Sphinx, Carolyn Corey, Brother Alan Steinfeld, Geraldine Orozco talking about DNA hybridization of extraterrestrials, Adam Apollo, Sharaya Dharma, Celestine Starr, Lori Spagna, Michael Cremo, the guy who wrote the book of Forbidden Archaeology and dubbed the term himself with a lot of amazing awareness, that's also going to be at the Ancient India Conference, Barbara Lamb, and then there's a few other people as well. So stay tuned for it, guys. You're all on the email list. If you're not on the email list, go to portalsascension.org, sign up there, and you will get an email when we release this event. But it's going to be super powerful. After years of not going to these live events, doing it, if beyond anything, come to this event to receive all the hugs that you're going to receive, because this is going to be one huge epic love fest in a beautiful place overlooking the Pacific Ocean with all types of light workers and luminaries, as well as people that are there to network. We're going to cultivate networking and also have like maybe some sort of experience where we can share projects and really bring people together as we start creating this new world. So check that out. Those are the only events I want to share right here in this moment. And I'm just going to take a deep breath. I'll take a deep breath in together right now. Let's deep breath. Exhale.
Cool.
All right. Now I want to hand it over to you, Sharaya. Take us away.
Thank you so much. Yes, my passion is involved in the Ancient Civilizations series, as well as that one Indus Valley that's coming up. I encourage people to dive in and find out what all the talk is about. Like, what are these ancient civilizations? Why are we so excited? Why did Neil and I spend our free time, researching this stuff out of passion? It's because these ancient codes of wisdom are deeply embedded in those traditions, and we can really learn and grow from them and piece together our hidden history. And yes, the conference is going to be amazing. I hope everyone does get a chance to come and convene there. Absolutely. And so to close us out today, I want to just invite everyone into your centered space of your heart. I'm going to invite you to take a nice, beautiful, big breath right into that beautiful heart, that hearth, the hearth of the earth, which is your heart, the heart beating as one. Breathing into the center of 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 this beautiful heart center. I invite you to ignite the spark and reconnect with the spark of soul and spirit that deeply resides within that and is at one with you always and in all ways. And as we reconnect with that center of the heart and allow it to fill our aura with our soul's loving essence, we begin to allow the process of transmutation. It's all inclusive. It includes protection, transformation, awareness, manifestation, because the divine is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. That's you at your core essence, the real you, the original source where we are all originally one, where we come from and where we return to, is all-knowing, all-powerful, and everywhere. The queendom of heaven is truly at hand right here with us now. And to remember this and to ask now for your own inner being and your own high self, if you wish for total integration, ask for that now from our day. If you want the update of the records based on all the clearings and insights from this day, ask for that now. And if you want the upgrade to the next level of mankind and womankind 3.0 from our activities today, ask for that now and see if you can feel a signal, see if you can feel that energy working in your body where you're getting the upgrade, you're getting the integration. And we're going to move forward out of this field of love into knowing better who we are, what's ours to do in every moment, how we can stay out of reactivity, being more present to be non-reactive, yet discerning and taking correct action, whatever that is, even if it's sometimes like Arjuna and Krishna telling Arjuna he does have to be the warrior of light. Sometimes we have to be the warrior of light. Sometimes we're the peacemaker. Sometimes we're the homemaker. Sometimes we're the business builder. Sometimes we're the friend. Sometimes we're the lover. Sometimes we're the mother or the father. And so our right role in every moment, pulsing through the connectivity with source, will inform us so that we take right action for the highest good of all in now and every moment. And if you want that, just say yes. And we ask for the golden light of pure divine love to bless and seal these healings, these insights, these awarenesses today, touching all who has been touched by them and continuing them until complete. So until next time, beautiful light beings and friends and angels and beloveds and our galactics and our high selves and all beings who are in support of this journey of awakening for mankind and womankind, I give you great thanks. And thank you to Neil and all the presenters today and everyone who participated live on YouTube, in the chat, on Zoom, and who will be listening to the replays. We send you all our love, knowing that all is well, and so it is. Thank you, thank you, thank you, God, thank you.
So it is, so it is. And here's just a poem as we all go out into our days, take this vibration with us into our families, our friends, the future of humanity. When the black sun radiates from divine immaculate conception, we hold thee as the God we wish to see. Some wish to be, through enlightening their own being with eternal peace. Anarchy through poetry is just one piece of the oceanic breeze. I will split the sea so we can pass freely to lands promised to me by bloodline. You and I, we are all a part of the divine. Heaven on earth, constant search to find the meaning to life is only one part of reality. Intergalactic universal belief intervenes. Enhanced communication through planetary rings. We speak to the gods and the angels who give up their wings. Into this place bring lower frequencies of emotion such as hatred and jealousy. As long as they remain, we can never truly be set free. So they say, concentrate on love. Not of the physical kind, the type that clouds your mind, blind to things in plain sight. Love is different when it comes from above, not in the material world. Believe in her. Fill my conscious mind with stir. I see the door swinging, open and closed. Love was once blocked by pain and woes. When the sky splits open, heaven will show. We are all one. No matter friend or foe, it has already been done. The future has already happened through the eyes of the last black sun. Sharaya, thank you so much. I love you. Shofar, thank you. Joan. Great day, guys. Lauren, thank you so much.
Much love. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Mwah.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody. Thank you all so much for being here. Take care.